Staff wa CRDB ambao mnagoma kushuka, na wataarifu tu kwamba DHR ameshaingia, yuko hapa ndani. Si wasemei, lakini DHR yuko hapa. Naomba nimtambulishe Director of Human Resource. Mheshimiwa, kwa heshima tunakuomba uwasalimie, inuke wasalimie vijana wako. Tuwapungie tu hivi. Samahani lakini bosi wangu. Jamani, huyo ndo Director of Human Resource wa CRDB. Sasa wale ambao waliomba kukutana na wahasibu wamekutana nao. Wale ambao mko mna ndoto za kukutana na watu waheshimiwa walio kwenye hii meza hapa mbele, baadaye nitawatambulisha vizuri muweze kujua ni kina nani. Naomba tuendelee kusogea mbele tafadhali, tuweze kuanza bila kupoteza wakati. Asante DJ, asante sana. Jamani, benki ya CRDB tuna salamu mbalimbali. Sasa ningeomba kwa wageni, kwa sababu hamzifahamu, nitawaelekeza ili tuwe tunaongea lugha moja, si ndio? Kwanza tunayo ulipo. Ambao mnaniangusha jamani, nyinyi si vijana. Ulipo ni watoe wasiwasi, kuna chai. Ni watoe wasiwasi, kuna chai. Kuna chai. Sawa sawa Kwa msiwe na wasiwasi. Ulipo? Alafu tukisema tupo, nyinyi mnasema tayari. Tupo? Hiyo ya kwanza. Ya pili, sisi tuna namna mbili za kupiga makofi. Sawa Hatupigi makofi kama ambavyo tumezoea tu ile ya kuclap ya kawaida ambayo tunaifanya shule. Sawa Salamu yetu ya kwanza sisi, ukiacha hizi za ulipo tupo, tunao nyingine hiyo tunasema imbeju mtaji wezeshi kwa vijana na wanawake. Sawa sawa Kwa vijana, sasa vijana si ndio nyinyi? Au kuna vijana wengine? Kwa nikisema imbeju tunasema mtaji wezeshi kwa vijana. Sawa. Sasa kwenye kupiga makofi, kuna makofi ya aina mbili. Kuna makofi ya sisi watu wa Dar ambao tunapiga yanasikika, si ndio? Alafu kuna hao ya Tanga sasa huwa hayasikiki. Yaani watu wa Tanga wenyewe hawataki bugu, hata makofi hawataki kujiumiza. Sio, unaelewa? Yale ya kusikika tunapiga kuanzia 3, tunakuja 2, tunapiga 1. Si ndio? Hem, tupashe, nataka nione kama tumeelewana. Tupashe hapo. Tunaanza 3, yani 1 2 3, 1 2 alafu 1. Si ndio? Twende. Basi tuko vizuri. Tunakuja ya Tanga. Ya Tanga huwa tupigi wala sauti yote haitoki. Sawa? Tanga wenyewe anakuambia mtu akifanya vizuri kwenye kumpongeza, unajipapasa tu, unafanya hivi. Hem, tujipapasa kidogo. Sijasema mpapase mwenzio. Wewe mwenyewe yani safi kabisa. Kwa hiyo tunayo hayo ya aina mbili. Leo hii huenda yakatumika pia hapa kwenye kupongeza watu wakifanya vizuri, si ndio? Au nakosea madam? Kuna watu wanaweza kufanya vizuri tukataka tuwapigie makofi bila kuwa bias, si ndio? Safi kabisa. Sasa tunamkaribisha mkurugenzi mtendaji wa benki ya CRDB ambaye pamoja naye pia kuna viongozi wamemtangulia hapa, tutaweza kutambua ni kina nani. Kwa hiyo nitaomba wote tusimame tafadhali na tuweze kumpokea. DJ wakati huo kinipa nyimbo nzuri kabisa. Tupige makofi jamani. Viongozi wetu wakiwa wanaingia namna hiyo. Yes. Jinyoshe kidogo. Najua hiyo nyimbo mnaijua. Twende. Unaruhusiwa kupiga makofi.
Look
Safi. Asante. Asante sana. Asante studio. Caroline, nakusubiri ukae. Ufike sehemu ambapo nataka kukaa tafadhali. Asante sana. Niwashukuru viongozi wangu, naomba tuchukue nafasi zetu. Karibuni sana. Wageni walikuwa, mabibi na mabwana, leo hii mimi sitokuwa mzungumzaji sana, lakini awali ya yote ni vyema tukatambua ugeni ambao tuko nao hapa, pamoja na benki ya CRDB kuwepo hapa kwa maana ya top management, lakini tunao viongozi kutoka nje ya benki ya CRDB, lakini tunao ugeni hapa ambao umekuja kwa jambo ambalo tunaliona mbele yetu, na nisingependa mimi kutoa haya matangulizi hapa. Kwanza nimkaribishe mwanadada huyu awasalimie kidogo. Caroline, mimi napenda kuonea dadangu, njoo basi tusalimie kidogo Caroline. Namna hiyo. Kalo. Caroline, tusalimie basi kidogo alafu utatupa utaratibu, si ndio? Asante.
Asante MC, good morning. Esteemed CEOs, mlokuepo hapa, tuna CEO wa CMSA, Mr. Nicodemus Mkama, karibu sana. Tuna CEO wa DSC, Mr. Peter Nalitolela, karibu sana. Na tunaongozwa na kiongozi wetu mkuu, Group CEO na Managing Director, Mr. Abdulmajid Sekela, karibu sana. Ningependa tu kutoa zaidi ya hapo utambulisho mfupi tu zaidi kwa wageni wetu waliokuepo leo, kujua nani ametujoin leo. Tumeungana na wakurugenzi wa CRDB, na labda ningeanza kwa kumtambulisha CFO, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Frederick Nshekanabo. Asante sana. Anemfuatia ni Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Bruce Mwile, karibu sana. Na anayefuatia ni Director of Business Transformation, Mr. Leo Ndimbo, asante sana, ndio bosi wangu pia. Na pia ningependa kumtambulisha mkurugenzi wa rasilimali watu, hiyo ndo kwa Kiswahili nimeikumbuka, Bwana Godfrey Rutasingwa, Director of HR. Asante sana. Naelewa kuna viongozi wengine wa CRDB mlioko humu ndani, wakuu wa vitengo, karibuni sana. Kwa ufupi tu labda nitoe kwa nini tuko hapa leo. Na basically mwaka jana CFA East Africa wali approach CRDB. Wakatuambia kwamba wana research challenge. Wangapi humu ndani mnajua kuhusu designation ya CFA, Chief Financial Analyst, Chartered Financial Analyst? Wangapi mnaifahamu? Wengi kidogo, si ndio? It's a globally recognized charter. Na basically people who get a CFA wanaweza wakafanya financial analysis in different markets. And so for today we have the challenge locally in Tanzania, in Kenya, Uganda and Rwanda. Na kwa Tanzania we have 4 universities. Kuna University of Dar es Salaam, University of Mzumbe, Ardhi University, pamoja na University of Dodoma. Karibuni sana. And MC, without further ado, I believe kwamba nimeweza kutoa a bit of introduction kwa nini tumekusanyika hapa. Karibu for the next steps. Asante sana.
Wakati DJ mpige kidogo hiyo nyimbo. Wakati nashuka hapa nimemsikia na mtu anaimba Shabani we Shabani, Shabani. Mnaijua hiyo? Na msiogope kucheza jamani, hapa ni nyumbani, si ndio? Sasa mbele yangu mtaona kuna hii screen hapa ambayo inaonyesha namna ambavyo tunaweza tukascan, tukaregister. Tafadhali kwa wale ambao walikuwa bado hawajafanya hivyo, basi waweze kuregister ili tuweze kujua ni nani na nani ambao waliweza kufika, lakini pia kuhudhuria na kusikia kile ambacho kimeweza kufanyika hapa leo. Bila kupoteza muda nitaomba, kuna ambao tunaendelea kuregister, naona watu kamera ziko mbele bado. Tumalizie hilo zoezi hapo. Wakati huo naomba kipekee sana, sisi humu ndani dada yangu amemtambulisha vizuri sana hapa, lakini tunasema mbeba maono wetu. Yani unavyoona huko nje benki na shamili namna hii inawaka inameremeta, unaisikia CRDB kila siku, basi ujue kwamba ni kiongozi wetu ambaye chini pia naye ana viongozi wake na ana wafanyakazi wake ambao wanafanya kazi kwa weledi, si ndivyo? Sasa bila kupoteza muda, naomba nimkaribishe mkurugenzi mtendaji wa benki ya CRDB Abdul Majid Musa Nsekela, Dr. Mimi namuongezeaga Alhaji, awezi kutusalimia lakini pia kusema machache kwa niaba ya benki ya CRDB. Makofi kwake jamani. Huyo ndo mbeba maono wetu huyo. Ulipo tupo. Sauti ya chini kidogo. Na nimesikia kuna vyuo ambavyo ni wadau wetu kubwa sana, kwa maana UDSM, UDOM, Mzumbe na Ardhi nadhani, sio? Sasa nyinyi ni wadau wakubwa sana. Ulipo? Kwanza nichukue fursa hii kwanza nitambue uwepo wa mkurugenzi mkuu wa CMCA ndugu ambaye ni CPA nadhani, kwa sababu siku hizi wanasema doctor au CPA, Nicodemus Mkama, karibu sana. Lakini nitambue uwepo wa mkurugenzi mtendaji wa DSE ndugu Peter Nitolele, karibu sana. Tambua uwepo wa wakurugenzi ambao ni maafisa waendeshaji, Bwana Bruce Mwile, hawa ndo afisa mwendeshaji wetu. Afisa mkuu wa fedha Bwana Shekanabo. Pia nitambua uwepo mkurugenzi wa mabadiliko na mipango mikakati Bwana Leo Ndimbo. Rasilimali watu Bwana Rutasingwa. Nadhani timu iliyoko nyuma yako ni wadau wako wa baadaye ambao ni wakurugenzi wetu wa baadaye wa benki yetu. Lakini nitambue uwepo wa msimamizi kama nilivyoambiwa, ambaye anawakilisha CFA. Bahati mbaya jina kwa hajashika vizuri, mtanisame. Lakini Caroline Nyambesi, nitambue uwepo wako na nitambue uwepo wa viongozi mbalimbali wa benki yetu. Nimeona mkurugenzi wa research na mpango kutoka CMCA, karibu sana. Lakini nitambue walengo wenyewe, wadau wa vyuo ambao jambo hili la kwenu, kwa maana ya UDSM, sio hapo, naomba tunyoshe mikono salimiane kwa njia hii. Mzumbe, salamu kwenu. Ardhi University sioni, lakini UDOM, karibu sana. Speech kwa Kiingereza na nyie ni mna bilingual, maana Kiswahili mnakwenda. Sasa nitaongea machache katika mtambuko wa lugha mbili mchanganyiko. Kwanza nianze kuwakaribisha katika benki yetu ya CRDB. Nasema karibuni sana. You are most welcome katika benki yetu. Nadhani wengine inakaa kama mara ya kwanza. Lakini this is our HQ.
and this is your bank, and we look forward for you. Lakini la pili kubwa kabisa, nawashukuru sana wakurugenzi wawili hawa, kila mtu na jukumu lake tofauti. You are doing an amazing job. Kazi yenu ni nzuri sana. This is one of the events apart from many events we have done together. We must appreciate for the support. Tumefanya kwenye Green Bond, sasa hivi juu tumaliza Samia Bond. So thank you for the support. Sasa wakati napitia contents, lakini I also recall CFA made the decisions to choose CRDB Company Plc as a focus subject matter for the challenge of this year. And honestly speaking, for myself, I've been reading it, the results for other banks in other regions. Selecting CRDB as a subject matter for us is a great honor for ourselves, but also high recognition of being selected within Tanzania kwa benki ambayo ndio itatazamiwa, and wataalamu wa kufanya assessment, you're the one. Lakini the good thing, global ambao ukitafuta wataalamu wa CFA, nilikuwa nanongona na mwenzangu pale, I'm told the qualified with that competence, Tanzania, they are not more than even 15. Awazidi 15. Nimesikia. So assume yourself being among of those 15 plus in the population of 62 million people. Kweli, for those who are participating, you're also lucky to be part of participations. Hongera sana. Hongera sana. So I'd like to take this moment to acknowledge and appreciate CFA for selecting CRDB. We don't take it lightly. There must be reasons why you have chosen CRDB. There must be a number of criteria you have set aside. Say CRDB fits within those criteria to be an institution to be assessed in the challenge. We do appreciate. I would also like to acknowledge and express gratitude to our long-term partner, Wataja, DSC, and CMCA, for invaluable contributions to this initiative. This initiative has been ongoing, and they have been participating, but also maybe also picking CRDB katika this market is because of you too doing a great job in East Africa. Well done. I commend DSC for serving as the subject company for the 2023-2024. Na nadhani 2023-2024, for those who already report mliona, it was one of the best reports, at the same time, highly recognized institutions, Tanzania. And basically, each challenge, people take it easily, but once the result is out, it gives a wider perspective for institutions. You also understand dynamics, what you need to be looking at on the institutions. Like also, it gives wider information to the entire world. Now you can as well sell the company. Inaongeza value of the institutions. At CRDB, we recognize the importance of investing in young talent. Kwa sababu wote ambao mko hapa, you are very talented. Being selected to be part of this exercise, I think, nyinyi ni wataalam tayari. Despite of the outcome, you're already a talented person. As part of implementing our 5-year strategy, this is our 3rd year. Strategy yetu kubwa, one is about partnership in 360 degree means. But you also focus on youth you being one, women, lakini collaborating with many partners to create value. And this is one of the activities ambayo tunafanya leo. We also need to acknowledge that and commend CFA for choosing us. We are committed to support the youth segment by providing a platform that nurture their skills in terms of innovations and career development. Our partnership with the CFA is a reflection of this commitment. It is not just about sponsorship, but about fostering excellence, integrity,
we have
innovations
Finaco
in the
Hub.
industry.
Finaco Hub is based in Rwanda, and
When we
it's,
speak about
an
excellence,
innovative hub as well as
integrity,
prep provider
innovations,
for CFA
I believe
study materials. We also have
for
the
those one who are
Kigali International Financial
participating in this
Center,
challenge,
and
by end of the challenge, you will
Kigali
never be the same, my friend.
International Financial
There will
Center
be
is
more knowledge you
really
gain in the
what
process.
is fronting Kigali
You understand
behind
how the bank has
financial hub.
been
And we
transforming
do initiatives
over the past few
to
years.
that regard.
what kind of innovations
Thank you.
strategy they have taken on board.
So we have Kigali International
future,
Financial Center and finally
you also be part of this bank to form the
another leading financial
future strategy.
service provider.
Within our 5-year strategy,
Kenya, and
we have 3 pillars.
so many things,
And
including
one
investment,
actually speaks
insurance.
about you.
So those are our partners.
We
and
have
continue to be very
reinforce
grateful
the
as a
business,
society.
grow the business, and the future proof. You are now fitting on the future proof. And you'll be the one to future proof
Our
CRDB
subject company,
to the next level.
like we already talked about, is
Through initiative
CRDB
like
Bank.
the CFA
And I
Research
won't
Challenge,
say much about
we
it,
are
but we have a
equipping
like
students
Ruth has
with the
already
practical
said,
skills,
from
industry
the
exposure,
team in
and
Tanzania
hands-on experience
coming up.
in the financial analysis.
Our judges for today
Evaluations
have,
and ethical
a
decision-making.
very
We
broad
believe these experience
array
will
of,
prepare them
seasoned
for successful
professionals
career
in the industry.
in
We are
finance,
very grateful.
contributing
It's
to the
completely
growth
volunteer-
and stability
a
of the
volunteer
economy.
job, so we continue to be grateful
Na
to
imani
you, our
najua
judges,
taratibu
for
ukiwa
taking
unasoma
off the
shule,
time to mentor our next
wote mlioko
generation
hapa
of
mna
financial
ambition
professionals.
tofauti,
So today within the team we
lakini
have
miongoni mwenu
Joe,
nataka kuwa kama
who's a
CFO
Hamara,
yule pale,
who is a country
kwa
manager
wana
of
group
Zeno.
CFO.
We have Mr. Dixon
Nataka kuwa kama
Sembria,
Mkama,
who is the director of research and
nataka
market
kuwa kama
development here with
Kitolele.
CMA. We have
Hata sisi
George
tulikuwa na ambition kama hiyo
Jato Otim, who is
wakati
also a
tunasoma
board
miaka hiyo
member within
ya
the
zamani.
CFA Society of East Africa. We
Tulitamani
have
taaluma tunayosoma
Miss
itupe
Madam
mwanga wa
Namira
kuchambua
who is an asset manager with
yale
Africa,
tuliyosoma,
and as well a board
kulinganisha
member
yanayoendelea katika
society.
ekonomi na kuleta mabadiliko yaliyochanya.
Finally, we have
kwenye jamii
Mr.
iliyotuzunguka.
Stephen Opondo.
Tuna bahati kwamba
Joined us
tumefika
from
nafasi hiyo,
Kenya, and we are very
lakini
grateful
hatuna
for
budi nafasi hiyo kuifanya na wenzetu waipate. And I'm looking forward for this, and I believe we will be. To all students, the challenge is more than a competition. It is an opportunity to gain a real-world experience, interact with top professionals, and develop the confidence to thrive in the competitive global market. The knowledge and network you will build today and during the process is invaluable as you embark on your career journey. For CRDB and the CFA, this partnership is about creating a pipeline of skilled talent, future investment analysts, financial strategists, and the business leader who will drive economic growth across Africa. As the regional subject company, we are proud to support this initiative and look forward to strengthening our collaborations to bridge the gap between academic and industry. What I can commit, I believe, by any means, katika top 5 watakaopatikana, mimi nitawaajiri tu. Yaani I can commit that. Wale top 5, of course, na wengine wataongezeka, lakini top 4 wataenda straight. Top 5 ni straight employment at CRDB. That's what I can promise you. In closing, I encourage all students to embrace this opportunity to challenge yourself and make the most of the experience. We at CRDB, we are proud to support your journey, and we are excited to see the future leader who you become to lead our bank. Once again, I extend my sincere appreciations to CMA, DSC, CFA, Society East Africa, and all partners who have made this initiative possible. Together, we look forward to see exciting challenge and looking forward for the winner. Nawatakia kila heri, Mungu awabariki, muweze kuwa washindi. Watano, mpo ndani ya CRDB. Asanteni.
Makofi jamani kwa group CEO. Hiyo promise aliyotoa ni kubwa sana jamani. Mngemuelewa vizuri nadhani watu mngeshangilia kabisa. Thank you so much our group CEO Mr. Abdulmajid Musa Nsekela. DHR anakazia hapo kuona kwamba nimesikia. Safi kabisa. So once again, a round of applause to our group CEO, Mr. Abdulmajid Musa Nsekela. And without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Peter from DSC for a short remarks. A round of applause to him. Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange. Welcome, Mr. Peter.
Group CEO and Managing Director of CRDB, Mr. Abdulmajid Nsekela, the CEO of the Capital Markets and Securities Authority, CPA Nicodemus Mkama, the management and colleagues from CRDB, CMSA, and the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange, the CFA Society, and specifically represented by the Tanzania Chapter Coordinator, Lucy Shantiwa, finalists from Ardhi University, University of Dar es Salaam, University of Dodoma, and Mzumbe University, and your mentors, if they're here. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As introduced, my name is Peter Nalitorela. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange, and I'm honored to stand here in front of you today to give brief remarks ahead of the regional finals of the CFA Research Challenge. And I would like to start by thanking God for giving us an opportunity to meet here today this morning. And next, I would like to greet you, as we do in Tanzania, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Ulipo? Okay, I would like to start by congratulating all participants, those that have made it to the finals, even those that did not make it. Just daring to take part in a competition like this is commendable in itself. So congratulations to all of you. For those of you that have made it to the finals, you are winners already, but like the CEO said, make sure that you compete to get that to 5th position. I mean, who doesn't want to be employed by the leading bank, not just in Tanzania, but it's a regional bank. I also want to take this opportunity to give a lot of thanks to the CFA Society for organizing this. It's a very important competition. CFA as a qualification hadn't been known, not just in Tanzania, but in most places worldwide. A few years ago, it wasn't very well known, but it's increasingly becoming more known. I see a lot more Tanzanians taking part, trying to do the exams, even if we don't have a whole lot of chartered, qualified personnel. At least we have a few Tanzanians that I'm aware of that have at least attempted level 1. Some have gone to level 2. That in itself is a progress. And the work that the CFA Society is doing in organizing events like this and other promotion events is commendable. The importance of CFA as a qualification in financial markets cannot be understated. And if you get qualified, you can be employed in various roles, as was mentioned by the CEO, in being a financial analyst, an investment analyst, etc. And having worked in banking for 12 years and now being the CEO of the stock exchange, I do recognize the importance of us as a country having more and more CFAs come through. And I hope to the participants, this won't end with just the challenge, and that you actually start pursuing your CFA exams. And should you choose to do that, I would like to inform you that us as a DSC, we are partnered with CFA, and we actually have an agreement with the CFA Institute that we, through the DSC, you can do your review, your preparation for the exams, but you can also sit for the exams here. So please do feel welcome. I do not really want to take too much of your time, but I want to also take a brief moment to congratulate our host today, CRDB, for an impressive performance in 2024. And I was just talking to the CEO, and I was telling him that I trust that this year we'll hit the 1 trillion profit before tax mark. I hadn't noticed that actually one of our qualified CFAs is in the room. Congratulations, Anne-Marie. Most recent qualified in Tanzania, I believe. There hasn't been a newer one, has it? And I trust that there'll be many more coming, so I know you have a lot more members, people that you need to mentor to get them to be qualified as CFAs. So last but not least, as has been stated, that
teams from the sub-Saharan
those that will do well
region. So I'll show you that later in the presentation.
We'll have people that
after that, you'll proceed to the regional final, and after that, you'll proceed to the global final.
Best of luck to all participants, and I hope in a few months' time, we'll be congratulating you on winning the EMEA challenge. Having said that, once again, thanks to Chief Mkama for being here. Your presence here shows that us as Capital Markets, we are serious about nurturing the talent, appreciating the qualified talent that will help us grow the market. And thank you, Abdulmajid and the team, for sponsoring, for being a partner, and for hosting us today. Wish you a good morning, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peter from DSC. Once again, a round of applause to him. I hope all of us, we have heard all the fundamentals issues that he have just said here. And without further ado, I would like also to welcome Mr. Nicodemus Mkama from CMSA for a brief remarks. A round of applause to him. Nice.
Abdulmajid Nsekela, Group Managing Director, CRDB Bank Plc, Mr. Peter Nalitolela, Chief Executive Officer of the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange, Lucy from the CFA Society East Africa, Tanzania chapter, board members of the CFA Society East Africa who are present here, esteemed judges, faculty advisors, the participating teams, and industry professionals who are here. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Jamani, leo ni siku ya furaha, lazima tuonyeshe energy na passion. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kweli naona kazi inaendelea. Ulipo? Ulipo? Tupo? Oh, that's great. Let's clap hands for CRDB. Na mimi naungana na wenzangu ambao wametangulia kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kuweza kutujalia afya njema na kuweza kujumuika hapa. Tuna kila sababu ya kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Lakini vile vile, in a very special way, napenda kumshukuru mwenyeji wetu na main sponsor wa hii event, group CEO wa CRDB, ndugu yetu Abdul Majid Nsekela. Kwanza ninashukuru for the compliments that you have done to CMSA as well as DSE. We really appreciate for the compliments, but these compliments are a result of the good relationship that we are getting from the key stakeholders, including CRDB. And let me say, in a very transparent way, CRDB is one of the key active participants in the capital market, and they are doing great jobs. It's an open secret that CRDB has 4 licenses from Capital Market and Securities Authority. One is a custodian bank, and is the bank that is holding custodianship for the major corrective investment schemes in Tanzania. So the performance of the corrective investment schemes that we are seeing in the markets under the custodianship of the CRDB Bank. So a round of applause for CRDB. But again, CRDB has investment advisory license from the CMSA. Again, most recently, CRDB has received a license from the CMSA to run a full-fledged brokerage firm in Tanzania. Kwa hiyo sikushangaa sana nilivyomsikia ndugu yangu Abdul Majid Nsekela akisema, the top 5, you have the job. Indeed, you have the job. Leo sio siku ya speech, lakini ni vyema sana some of the salient features ambazo really they are notable in CRDB. And they have been a catalyst on the performance of our market. I've just come from the East African meeting from our counterparts in the region. Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and other members within the region. And indeed, even some few weeks ago, we had a meeting for SADC capital market regulators in the SADC region. People were wondering, other markets are having a dry up of instruments, but in Tanzania, we are having quite a number of instruments coming to the market. And some of them, and most of them, are coming from CRDB. So I think that's a very good thing. We have done the first green bond with big ticket size in sub-Saharan Africa, which was oversubscribed. But we have done most recently Samia Infrastructure Bond, which is part of the branded finance. And I think these are instruments that we expect CFAs will be coming to the market to be designing these kind of thematic capital market products. So we really congratulate CRDB, but also we really congratulate all the capital market professionals and we inspire and encourage the team that we have a lot of work ahead. So as you prepare for the challenge, but I think you should not be short-sighted about the challenge. You should be looking on the transformative, inspiring work ahead of us. Kwa hiyo ninawashukuruni sana, ninawa-encourage sana, vyuo vyote ambao mmehudhuria hapa, University of Dar es Salaam, University of Dodoma, Ardhi University, kwa kuweza kutengeneza hizi timu ambazo zitatuwakilisha. Na I'm quite happy and we are looking forward to see that you are going to represent Tanzania as a country and emerge as top winners in the East Africa competition. Ninapenda kuhitimisha kwa recognize the outstanding talent and potentials among the participants. The CMSA, as a regulator for the capital market, is committed to support this initiative. We have the MOU with CFA East Africa, so would like to encourage you to continue working with us, together with the other key stakeholders. And we'll keep our doors open for the participants who may wish to undertake a study visit. The group CEO has committed to take the top 5. As CMSA, we are committing ourselves that we'll provide a study visit that is going to be comprehensive, understanding the market. Normally we have this kind of study visit program, not only in Tanzania, but also outside the country. And I'm sure some of you will be participating in the capital market, universities, and the higher learning institutions challenge. And this is a competition among universities. And normally, the top 5, the top 6, normally will get hands-on experience within the intermediaries. They'll come to CMSA, Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange, but also some selected listed companies, including CRDB and NMB and others, selected ones, but also you'll have an opportunity visiting the largest fund management and brokerage firms. So that will provide an opportunity for you to have hands-on experience on how professionals structure products that are coming to the market. So those of you, Group CEO, before they become employed, they'll have an opportunity ya kupikwa kama wataalamu waliobobea sasa, wakiwa wamepita kwenye hilo tanuru la kuona hands-on experience ya regulator anafanya nini, stock exchange anafanya nini, na intermediaries wanafanya nini. Unapowapatia dawati CRDB, they know where to knock the doors. Kwa hiyo you have that opportunity. Baada ya kusema hayo, ninawatakia kila la heri all the participating teams, the best of luck. Asanteni, nawatakia ushindi mwema. Asanteni sana.
Makofi kwa CEO wa CMSA, Nicodemus Mkama.
I'll be on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you feel me, make me know the vibe. I don't wanna sleep alone, wanna hold you tight, but I pull my eyes. I'll be alright. Forever. Umalato. Umaketo. Say them go feel. Them go honey.
Ili asante. Thank you so much. We have heard from all of our leaders, and I don't think if you remember the kind of clap that I introduced earlier, the one we're counting from 3 to 1. Do you remember it? Can we do it? Tupashe. Twende. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our leaders, for the great remarks from you to these young fellows here. I am also youth. I'm part of the youth. So, inabidi na mimi nijiweke nisijifanye kama najitoa hivi, si ndio? Thank you so much, and sitaki kuchukua muda mwingi hapa. Nitaomba sasa tuweze kufahamu kile ambacho kimetuleta hapa, kama ambavyo aliweza kuintroduce Caroline, lakini pia viongozi wetu wameongea vizuri kuhusiana na kile ambacho kinaenda kufanyika hapa. Sasa tukapate kujua kutoka kwa wenzetu ambao ni CFA, wao watakuja kutuambia kinaga ubaga, si ndio Lakini pia wataenda moja kwa moja kwenye kuanzisha hilo zoezi na kutuambia nini kinafuata. Naomba nisipoteze muda tafadhali, nimkaribishe Miss Lucy. Karibu sana, aweze kutupa mawili matatu hapa na kutupa utaratibu ambao unafuata. Naomba DJ mlete kwa nyimbo nzuri bwana dada. We Lucy. Cheza kidogo basi.
Mr. Abdulmajid Nsekela, CEO of CRDB, Mr. Nicodemus, the CEO of CMSA, Mr. Peter Nalitolela, Chief Judges kutoka CRDB, wageni waalikwa, industry mentors, wanafunzi na wote ambao wamehudhuria event yetu ya leo. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Mimi sina mengi, lakini kipekee naomba kuishukuru sana CRDB. Na kwa kifupi tu naweza nikasema kwamba wakati CEO wa CRDB anatoa remarks, event ilikuwa inaruka live katika nchi 4. Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda and Tanzania. Na CRDB kuwa subject company imehusisha wanafunzi 351 kutoka nchi 4 tofauti. Kwa hiyo nchi 4 sasa hivi zote zinatutazama, tuko live na event hii itakwenda mpaka saa 11 jioni, na nchi 4 zote kutoka vyuo vikubwa East Africa wanakwenda leo kufanya mashindano ya kufanya analysis ya CRDB. Kwa hiyo hicho ni kitu kikubwa sana na kipekee. Naomba niwashukuru CRDB kwa support yenu kubwa. Nashukuru pia kwa sababu nimeuona moyo wa kipekee kutoka kwa CRDB team, na nafikiri next year inabidi tukae chini zaidi, labda tufikiri kuzileta nchi za nje ambazo hao Kenya, Uganda na Rwanda waje wa participate hapa, tuone how talent ya young ones wanaweza wakakompiti katika kutupa kilicho kizuri kuhusu CRDB. Nashukuru. Lakini pia kingine kikubwa ambacho CRDB mnatakiwa mfahamu, hii ripoti itakayoandaliwa leo, washindi katika hizi nchi 4 wataenda kupambanishwa katika bara la Afrika, nchi 54. Na washindi ambao wataibuka kidedea katika nchi za Kiafrika ambao tunatamani katika East Africa itoke moja ili iende kuipeperusha CRDB duniani. Kwa hiyo finals zitakwenda kufanyika Marekani in mid of May. Kwa hiyo CFA haiangalii padogo tu, lakini ina focus katika kutaka kukuza vipaji vya wanafunzi wadogo katika dunia nzima. Lakini pia napenda kushukuru kwa sababu bila support yako CRDB, kuna baadhi ya staff kutoka CRDB wamekuwa wakitusupport toka event hii imeanza, hata katika wakati tunafanya na DSC. Walikuwa wanatoa technical support as my industry mentors, as judge, as graders. Kipekee naomba kutambua uwepo wa Natasha, Alan, Kenneth na yes. Tunashukuru sana. Lakini pia napenda kumshukuru mkurugenzi wa Ramadhani Exodus. Pia amekuwa akitusupport na katika eventi zetu zote, na amesimama kama sehemu ya top judges ambao wanatusaidia kupata washindi. Mwisho kabisa napenda kumtambulisha anayetoka board member Miss Upendo. Naomba wewe pamoja na board member ambaye amechukua majukumu baada ya Upendo kutoka CFA. Dada Ana Maria. Kwa hiyo napenda kuwashukuru sana kwa sababu ya uchache wa muda, na nilikuwa naomba tuishie hapo, then tutaendelea baadaye. Asanteni sana.
Asante. Miss Lucy, tafadhali naomba usitoke, ubaki pale. Nitaomba viongozi wangu wote hii meza hapa tafadhali tuje hapa mbele tupate picha pamoja kabla sijaruhusu kuendelea na majukumu mengine. Asante. Wakati huo studio naomba mtuwekee ile screen ambayo tuliomba, ambayo ina logos tafadhali kwa ajili ya picha. Screen, naomba tupunguze mwanga wa screen kidogo tafadhali. Mwanga wa screen tupunguze kidogo. Asante. Wakati viongozi wangu wanarudi, naomba nimkaribishe board member aweze kutushukuru, lakini pia kuruhusu sasa mtanange uanze wakati viongozi wakiwa wanahitaji kuelekea kwenye majukumu yao. Anahitaji kutoa neno la shukrani kwenu, alafu awaruhusu muweze kuendelea na majukumu tafadhali. Kwa sekunde chache tu anaomba awaage.
Group CEO, Mr. Abdulmajid Sekela, CMSA CEO, CPA Nicodemus Nkama, DSC CEO, Peter Nalitolela, CRDB Management. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the CFA East Africa Challenge happening today in Tanzania. I just want to take a brief moment to give a special thanks to CRDB Bank. You have offered us unwavering support throughout this challenge. You have offered your time. You've given us industry mentors, judges, and enough resources to make this event a success. Most importantly, you've given us your time, and I just want to take this moment to give a vote of thanks from the CFA Society in East Africa. Thank you very much. And without further ado, let's kickstart the event today. All the best to our participants. Just being here today, you're already a winning team. It doesn't matter what the results are at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Naomba baada ya board member kutoka CFA kuzungumza hayo, basi tuwaruhusu viongozi wetu mnaweza mkaendelea na majukumu yenu. Asante sana. Jamani, tumwage vizuri group CEO na uongozi. Wameahidi vitu vikubwa au mmeshasahau ndugu zangu? Tunaweza tukaketi. Naomba tukae tafadhali.
Danny bro, you don't want to find my trouble. Enter bathroom, pressure. China me, you come through when your heart break, push and shit, heart break. Now me the bike in for your mind, enter bathroom, pressure. I want to flex my love, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. By the end of the night, enter bathroom, fresh up.
Atuagizi na mabosi, sisi wenyewe mabosi, wanatobea mikosi, tunalindwa na sabodi pekee.
Kibaraba Batman, I'm gonna try.
It's the kids, baby.
Anasema rumba kweli nina nafanya makusudi kushinda za chuki zao. Tena wanafiki bado nakula nao na hainipi shida riziki ya watoi wao. Ex wangu anatamani niache.
Wakati huu tunajiandaa kuanza presentation zetu. Naomba nimkaribishe Kinavi kutoka benki ya CRDB, popote ulipo tafadhali. Aje atuambie kidogo kuhusiana na scholar account hapa wakati wanaweka mambo sawa. Kinavi, karibu sana. Asante sana. Jamani, mbele yenu hapa mnayemuona ni dada anaitwa Kinavi Safe, yuko CRDB. Huyu ni mtaalamu wetu wa masuala ya youth kwa upande wa products na service. Kwa hiyo naye ana machache kidogo ya kusema na nyinyi. Mumsikilize kidogo wakati tunaenda kuanza presentation zetu. Karibu sana.
Asante. Good morning everyone. Habari za asubuhi. Ulipo? Okay. I am happy to be here today na nimefurahi the collaboration ambayo tunayo kati ya CRDB na CFA. Na kikubwa ukiachana na the research challenge that is happening today, tumeona ni vizuri pia mkafahamu kuhusu products and services ambazo tuko nazo hapa CRDB. Na kama nilivyotambulishwa, mimi naitwa Kinavi, ni relationship manager under retail banking. Na specifically na spearhead the youth segment. You would wonder why kwa nini tunataka kuambia kuhusu our products and services on a day like this, ya research challenge or financial challenge. Lakini ni kwa sababu we look kwa tunaangalia wateja wetu 360. We are with you every step of the way. Even today we are still with you. Kwa hiyo tukaona ni vizuri pia mfahamu. Tuna msemo mzuri ambao unasema tuko pamoja hatua kwa hatua. Kwa hiyo kuanzia a baby is born mpaka pale mtu anapoamua kuretire, CRDB is with you every step of the way. In any place ambao uko kwenye maisha, we have a product au service ambayo inaweza kukusaidia. Kwa sababu niko na wanafunzi leo, specifically nitaweza kuongelea kuhusu account yetu ya Scholar. Wangapi wana account ya Scholar au mmeshia hata kuisikia? Yeah? Wangapi wanayo? That's not a good number. Okay, great. We'll be able to see each other after today. So, account yetu ya Scholar ni mahususi kwa ajili ya wanafunzi. Kama inavyosema, the name itself is very specific. Inaongelea kuhusu account ya Scholar, account ya wanafunzi. Inafunguliwa bure kabisa na benki yetu inajidai kabisa kwenye masuala ya research. Kwa tuliweza kufanya utafiti kuangalia ni what is best for students. Na most students, they like convenience. They like anything that is not expensive. Kwa hiyo account yetu inafunguliwa bure kabisa. You get it linked with sim banking moja kwa moja directly for free. You're eligible for a tempo card ambao unaweza kaitumia kwenye ATM zetu zote 200 across the country. Na hata kwa benki zingine, ATM za benki zingine pia your tempo card you're able to use it. Na najua kwa wanafunzi wetu wanafanya manunuzi ya mitandaoni, you're also able to use your tempo card kununua kwenye through the website or any online shopping. You can be able to use your tempo card. So yeah, 360 unaangalia when you have an account ya Scholar kuna benefits nyingi. Ukiachana hata kwa upande wa kuwa na account yenyewe, kuna mikopo pia. I was last year kipindi wakati first years wanaingia vyuoni, tunaongea na VC wa mavio, wanasema there are so many students about they drop out kwa sababu tu ya kukosa registration fees. So tuna a product inaitwa Uniloan ambayo inamsaidia mwanafunzi kukamilisha usajili wake chuoni. Unakuta mwanafunzi ametoka nyumbani, yuko eligible na boom, amepata chuo, lakini akifika pale anakosa the registration fees tu za kukamilisha usajili, na boom haliingii mpaka registration ikamilike. So you can use Uniloan, tunakopesha mpaka 360 interest free kwa ajili ya kukamilisha usajili wa chuo. Lakini apart from that, we also have boom advance. Boom yako ikiingia kwenye account yako ya Scholar, unaweza ukakomba mpaka 150,000 ili kuweza kujikimu kwenye matumizi yako ukiwa chuoni. Lakini hatujaishia hapo. We also have Albaraka Scholar ambayo ni specifically kwa wanafunzi ambao wanafuata maadili ya Kiislamu, which is Sharia compliance. Kwa hiyo tumeona pia tusiwache pia. Lakini account yako Scholar also give you life assurance mpaka 2,000,000. If anything happens to you, we don't wish for that. Lakini inakupa life assurance mpaka 2 million. Na pia kama una mwenza wako, if it happens, it also covers them kama ni mteja wetu as well. Lakini pia tujaishia hapo, ni upande wa account ya Scholar. Lakini kwa generally for the youth segment, tuna vitu vingi. Our products and services are diverse. Ni kwamba mtu akiwa ametoka shuleni ameingia chuoni, na mtu akimaliza chuo sio lazima afate the path ya kuingia kazini. Kuna products ambazo mtu akiwa kazini. Lakini pia kwa mtu ambaye anafanya biashara, tuna mikopo pia ya vijana. Ameongea vizuri kuhusu Imbeju
watakuwa sawa. Ile mtaji wezeshi kwa vijana wanawake, si ndio?
Imbeju mtaji wezeshi kwa vijana na wanawake. Yeah. So tuna Imbeju pia, tuna mikopo ya wafanyabiashara wadogo mpaka wakubwa. Kwa hiyo hatujaacha, na pia tunashirikiana sana na partnerships nyingi. Kama tulivyofanya partnership na CFA, same tumefanya na ICTC na Costec. All these organizations ambazo zinaenda kulenga kuwasaidia vijana. Kwa hiyo ya kwangu ni hayo. Kama kutakuwa kuna maswali, please karibuni sana. We'll be able to see each other, lakini feel free, tuna matawi zaidi ya 250. You can always walk into any of our branches and ask any questions that you may require. I wish you guys all the best. Asanteni.
Asante jamani, a round of applause to the beautiful lady Kinavi Save. Yes, tunashukuru sana, na nadhani sasa tutarudisha utaratibu kwa dada yetu Lucy aweze kutupa utaratibu unaofuata, na yeye ataongoza zoezi letu sasa, namna ambavyo tutakuwa tunaendesha. Wakati dada Lucy anakuja, naomba niwaombe kitu kimoja. Tusiache magap huko mbele, sawa yani make sure mbele yako hakuna gap. Ukiacha hii row ambayo amekaa kina dada Lucy na judges, naomba kuanzia hapo hiyo row ya pili tukave hizo, kwa sababu hayo ndio maelekezo napata. Nataka wapate pictures nzuri kule inavyoendelea hiyo challenge. Kwa naomba mshuke wote ambao mnahusika na hii challenge, ambao tumebaki hapa audience, tusiache gap lolote pembeni yako wala mbele yako. Kwa tukae in a very well arranged manner. Tafadhali sana. Ambao tuko nyuma tusogee mbele, na ambao tuko mbele basi tuhakikishe kwamba pembeni yako wale ambao wamekaa nyuma wasogee wakae karibu na wewe hapo. Tusiache gaps. Dada Lucy, karibu sana uweze kuendelea. Kwa wale ambao bado hawajasubmit presentation, tafadhali tunaomba ufike pale juu uweze kupeleka presentation yako.
Habari ya muda tena. Nilikuwa naomba kutambua kama timu zote zimewasili. Mzumbe, timu zote 3. University of Dodoma, timu zote 3. Aldi University, only 2. We've got 3. Okay. Alafu University of Dar es Salaam, wote mmesha submit presentation zenu kule nyuma? Tayari? Okay. Sasa kabla sijamkaribisha board member Ana Maria, nilikuwa naomba team leaders mje mpick number kwa ajili ya kutambua timu gani itaanza for presentation. Na hiyo ndio itakuwa namba yako siku ya leo. Kama ambapo mlipewa maelekezo kwamba leo hatusemi jina la chuo. Leo tutakuwa tuna team numbers or letters. Kwa hiyo you come and pick your letter, then tutaanza na ile. Karibuni team leaders.
Kibaridi cha asubuhi, kijua fani so kikali saa 5. Nairobi 2015, nikamchagua yeye katikati ya wenzake 5. Nikamuomba kaniomba, moyoni Mungu nikampa 1. She's my number 1. Nikamuomba kaniomba namba, moyoni Mungu nikampa 1. Now she's my number 1. Yani namaanisha kwamba ndo tushawana.
Good morning again. A little bit louder. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you all. So just a quick flow of the challenge. We've had the introduction from Lucy. So we have a total of 8 teams, and our judges will be here at the front. I'd like to recognize them. So a quick details on the presentation rules. So as you were told earlier on, you're not supposed to disclose your name. Each group has been given a number, so we'll be referring to the number. Teams may not use props in the presentation. Only student team members may participate in the presentation. So only wanafunzi ndo watahusika kwenye kupresent their reports. Each team presentation has 10 minutes. Kabla hazijaisha utaambiwa umebakiza dakika moja au dakika mbili, and then baada ya hapo tutatoa pia dakika 5 za Q&A, questions and answers. And also you will be told once the 5 minutes are done, please jitahidi to be within the time limit. Once a team presents, they can either choose to stay in the room or go out. If the team chooses to leave, they should not mix with the teams that have not presented. The same applies to industry mentors and faculty members if they're here. So just as you were told before, the way the structure will go, we have 8 teams. They will go through round 1. Round 1 ikiisha, we break it down to round 2, ambao watabaki 4 best teams. Then the 4 best teams will go to round 3, where we'll be remained with 2 teams. And the final round winner is the one who will proceed to the rest of the regional challenge. All the judges have been provided with the scoring structure, so you'll be given details later on. And the competition will go to the regional challenge. Then after the region, there's the Asia Pacific, there's the Americas sub-regions, and the EMEA region. And the timeline is expected to be just shortly. We expect that by May, that's when the participant will be able to participate in the global final competition. So to all participants, I wish you all the best in your presentation and good luck. So we will start with team number, to shake things up, team number 2. So when team number 2 begins, the rest of the teams will have to go outside in the waiting area. Kuna maswali yoyote au tumeelewana? Itaanza team namba 2.
Nalo pepo wa bahari alinipita kama meli anayumba yumba kidondosa kishenzi. Oh, Mikocheni kamfuata utadhani zombie. Habari gani mbona uko lonely? Jina ni gani? Akasema Zari. Nikamwambia aje, kamwambia kwangu ni kwake. Nimshike wapi ndio aje? Taka moyo wangu uwe wake. Watangoja sana wakikania tutachana. Mina yeye tumesha.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is Team 2, and we are going to present our equity research on CRDB Bank. And from the general overview, CRDB Bank, we have a target price of 725 Tanzania shillings from the last close of 670. That's an upside of 8.1%. So we recommend a buy decision. So moving forward to the business segment, CRDB Bank has corporate banking, retail banking, and treasury, whereby corporate banking serves customer with a turnover of more than 20 billion, retail banking serves customer with a turnover of less than 20 billion, and treasury serves investors. And corporate banking and retail banking, it offers similar services such as accepting deposits, and treasury offers services such as brokerage services. And from the business segment performance, as seen, it's our graph here. We have distributed it in net profit, assets, and liabilities. And for corporate banking, it leads at 58% in both 2023 in net profit and assets. And in liabilities, retail banking, it has the highest liability in 2023 as compared to others. And moving forward to CRDB investments, CRDB owns a number of investments such as CRDB Bank in Burundi, CRDB Bank, CRDB Insurance Company, and CRDB Foundation, where it owns 100% fully. And in CRDB Congo, it owns 55%. And in geographical segment performance, as we have distributed in 2023, this is profit before tax. And Tanzania has the highest profit before tax. In 2023, we have seen 407 billion in 2023. And this is attributed to the GDP, as we have shown at that, where GDP keeps on growing, which proves a higher profitability. Moving forward to delivery channel, CRDB has various delivery channels, and the best part is that 97% of all those transactions are done outside the branches, and over 50% of those transactions are done in internet banking, which shows that a robust growth in digital technology. And these channels are as branches, point of sales, and banking agents, and ATMs, and their number are as shown as below.
Good morning. Proceeding with industry overview and competitive positioning, the banking sector is influenced by rapid digitalization and strict government regulation to enhance its performance. From the table below, it shows the industrial From the table below, it's showing the banking industry size from 2019 to 2023 with a positive growth in various categories. CRDB's market share as per 2023, it holds 25% on total assets, 27% on loans, advances and overdraft, and 29% on ATMs. Key performance indicators, we have non-performing loans, return on asset, return on equity, and the cost income return. CRDB leads with low non-performing loans and high return on asset in comparison with its peers in NMB and Maendeleo Bank, and with overall industrial average, and they moderate in terms of return on equity, and cost income return. Moving forward to the Porter's 5 forces analysis, the rate of new entrants is low due to high capital requirements and bank regulations. And for the bargaining power of customers, the rate of substitutes is high due to customers are becoming more price sensitive, and the mobile money services such as M-Pesa and Airtel Money. In terms of industrial rivalry, it is intense, and for the bargaining power of supplier is moderate. In terms of investment risk matrix, we have identified four risks, which are credit risk, technological risk, strategic risk, and operational risk. This risk can be mitigated as follows. Credit risk can be mitigated by adding on science model and independent reviews, and for the operational risk can be mitigated by daily standard operating procedure, and for technological risk can be mitigated by management audit and risk committee, and for the strategy risk can be mitigated by strategic advice from the board risk committee.
Good morning. Proceeding with valuation analysis, we have calculated a target price of Tanzania shilling 725 with an upside of 8.1% from the close price of TZS 670 on 31st December 2024. Moving to net revenue growth trend graph, we can see a compound annual growth rate of 16% from 2019 to 2028 in a perspective of historical and forecasted. Moving to the valuation models there is relative valuation, which we consider two peers which have same alignment that are listed in DSE. That are NMB Bank and Maendeleo Bank. Moving to another model is dividend discounting model and discounted cash flow, which we have forecasted a WACC of 17.21% with a target growth rate of 5%. And we have weighted these models starting with discounted free cash flow by 50%, moving to the relative valuation weighted by 20%, dividend discounting model weighted by 30%. Goes to the graphs here, future free cash flow. We can see the trend from 2024 to 2028, at which a total increase of 622 billion TZS from 2024 to 2028 with a compound annual growth rate of 51.6%. Moving forward to the forecasted dividend cash flow, also we see a increase from 2024 to 2028 as a dividend per share, which creates a compound annual growth rate of 9%. And we use a price to book ratio to see how CRDB influenced the market and how the competition is faced from other peers. And we can see here the price from 2019 to 2023 is undervalued because it is less than 1. Moving to financial analysis, these are the key revenue drivers that are interest revenue, non-interest revenue, digital banking growth, and economic growth. As we see in a revenue breakdown chart of 2023, we can see a great proportion of interest income as by 70% contributed into a total revenue. EBITDA margin and return on equity influencing by, as we can see, the trend lines shows the positive increase or positive growth from 2019 to 2024, as EBITDA margin shows a compound annual growth rate of 10%, and return on equity shows a compound annual growth rate of 13.2%. Moving forward to dividend distribution and earning per share, that influencing buying. Earning per share, we can see from historical data to forecasted, as we see the trend line shows increasing, as from our compound annual growth rate shows 28.1% increases. And also dividend per share from 2019 to 2028 shows a compound annual growth rate of 21.2% in a 10 years from historical perspective to a forecasted perspective.
Moving to ESG, CRDB Bank outstands in social governance, social environment and governance, as it has issued a green bond, which is known as Kijani bond, which amounts up to 700 billion Tanzanian shillings to fund green projects. Also, CRDB Bank is our first bank in East and Central Africa to be accredited by the United Nations. Okay, on social part, CRDB Bank has issued the Samia infrastructure bonds, which aim to collect Tanzanian shillings 150 billion for infrastructure projects, which will benefit both rural and urban communities. The embed programs, which focus on economic empowerment of women and youth, under the slogan "Leave No One Behind," which aims to enable women and youth to overcome the economic. Okay, thank you.
We thank you and we welcome questions.
Hello, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
I'm interested to know if you have featured any macroeconomic dynamics, such as interest rate or GDP, in your evaluation, and how.
Can you repeat?
I'm interested to know if you had featured any macroeconomic dynamics, such as interest rate or GDP, and how have you featured it in your evaluation?
Thank you for your question. We have featured a GDP growth to calculate a loan book size, as CRDB market share on loan size is 27%. So we have calculated the loan size as the GDP growth increases from one year to another. Then we have to calculate the interest on each loan book size we have derived from the GDP growth as stipulated by the IMF.
Morning.
Morning.
What I want to ask is on the non-performing loans. The growth rate is growing, yes, but what about the NPL ratio? According to the years, is it reducing, staying stable?
Is reducing, and we can see here from is 2.8. Let's go to the appendix map. Then to statement financial ratios. we can see here non-performing loan ratio is decreasing from 2019 from 5.93% up to 2023, 2.91%.
To add up, the non-performing ratio, it's on the industry average. Our CRDB Bank, it's below the industry average, so it is the best. So we used historical data, and we categorized based on forecast. So we say that if it's below average, it's performing the best, although the GDP keeps on rising and non-performing keeps on rising. And in terms of interest, we did on interest, because as GDP rises and also interest rises, because it favors more people to invest. Thank you.
I have a question on the valuation. Can you go back to the slide on the valuation? Yeah. So just a quick one. Can you walk us through on how you've computed the WACC and any particular reason why you've chosen a WACC?
We choose a WACC with, let me use appendix map from how we have calculated computation of cost of capital. This is our model that we have go through to compute a WACC, and from a computation of cost of capital, we use a CAPAM method, which is known as capital asset pricing model. We seek to use the CAPAM method and derive it to a WACC. It is favorable because we have used the market data of CRDB. By seeing here, you can see a market price from 5th of May 2023 up to 5th of May 2024. We assume it's totally correct to use it.
Good morning, team.
Good morning.
Based on your analysis and the buy advice to the customer, what would be the major investment risks that we're looking for? We're looking at the macroeconomic indicators.
Using the appendix maps, let's use the slides. Here we group it into 4 categories, at which we consider this micro one to be in either a credit risk. For example, here you can see a credit risk is the risk that the group will incur a loss because its customer or counterpart failed to discharge their contractual obligation. It's about a micro one. And we consider from an individual party. Also, we can see the operating risk arising from the human errors, fraud, and the external events.
Also, to add up, based on the macroeconomics, there is inflation. Also, but the GDP keeps on growing, inflation keeps on there, but there is a stable growth. We believe that there will be threats of new rivalry, there will be technological risk, but based on our forecast, we still recommend investors to buy because CRB will shoot up to the moon. Thank you.
Yes, sorry. If you can go back to the slide where you had mentioned about EBITDA. So you have said EBITDA margin and return on equity influence buying. I would like to understand for
a banking business, how is EBITDA quite relevant as one of the measures to influence buying?
EBITDA margin is a profit before depreciation, tax, and amortization. That we use it. It's directed to the income of the banking sector, because the banking sector is deal with services mostly, not in producing such. We can include a depreciation and other amortization effects, but we mostly prefer EBITDA margin.
Yes, but the interest is one of the core income streamline for the bank, and EBITDA is earning before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. Won't it be skewing it to one end compared to whether it would have been a manufacturing industry?
One among interest, we consider it as revenue that are from ordinary business activity. But for this, interest is charged from other, for example, CRDB take loans, we use it like interest to be before that.
Yes, okay, so the last one, price to book, as you have shown in the other slide, it's below 1. And you rightly mentioned that probably the stock is undervalued. So from your research and analysis, why do you think they are undervalued? And with your price target shooting by 8%, in the future, if you forecast it for 3 to 4 years to come, will it catch up? And why? What will influence that value on the market?
We have reached an upside of 8.1 because we forecasted subsidiaries like CRDB at Congo, who's get a net loss in 2023. That in long run, about 5 years.
Just to let the judge knows that this may be your last question as we're out of time. Thank you. Sorry, proceed.
From the CRDB Bank at Congo got a loss in 2023. So we have to.
Yes, I'll continue, I'll add up. And we said that we decided it's undervalued, it's okay. And we said it should be shoot because the GDP keeps on growing. We cannot neglect the factors that if the GDP keeps on growing, the economy keeps on expanding. And we believe that at the forecasted years, CRB shares will go up high. And taking back to EBITDA margin, we did not neglect that interest rates are for the bank, but we just say that earnings, if the bank earns a lot, it brings a stable ground for the bank to keep on performing more and more. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and congratulations so far. Please take a seat while the next team will be called. Please have a seat. Okay, if you can call for us team number 3. Thank you. You have 10 minutes to do your presentation and 5 minutes for question and answers. Please feel free to use English or Swahili.
Start. Next. Okay. Okay, morning judges. Yeah, we are team 3. Let me go direct to the business overview on our subject matter, CRDB. Yeah, in financial performance, yeah, we can see there is growth of total asset. Yes, toka kufikia trilioni 15.96 ambayo hizi data zimebase kwa mwaka 2023 December most ambayo tulitumia current, lakini ni profit after tax is Tanzania shilling bilioni 422.8. Yeah, this is the financial performance. But in matter of performance capability, the ability of a organization or institute to perform a task, you can see there is a growth in total asset and increase in percentage. Yeah, I've been shown in graph since 2013 up 2023. So this is a good indicator. Yeah, in strong balance sheet, you can see there is increase. Yeah, but we want to talk about the price to earning PE ratio. Yeah, the PE ratio of CRDB is 3.3 times, which means is undervalued. And when we talk about undervalue of PE ratio, this means that there is potential investment opportunity even in the future, and there is low risk. There is low risk in industry, but see, in PB ratio, price to book, is 0.9 times, and it is below average. It means the average benchmark in financial it's 1.0, and due to this recommendation of PE and PB, lead us in our recommendation, we recommend that we must be in volumetric metric that is a strong buyer. That's why in our recommendation we say that is strong buyer. Let me welcome my first proceed.
Good morning. So the market overview and the industry positioning, the market structure. The East African banking industry operates within an oligopolistic market structure, which is dominated by a few large players including CRDB and other banks like NMB, NBC. And other features of market structures are high barriers of entry, where there is a large entry capital, which is over 15 billion. Also, there is maximized revenues, consolidated market power, governments, and regulatory support. Their competitive advantage consistently sets CRDB apart, where CRDB is at the forefront of addressing the evolving customer needs, and this is because CRDB invests in people. Also, CRDB has a gateway to neighboring countries. CRDB is innovative, and also it invests in partnership. Also, it has strong financial track record. The industry growth. CRDB maintains a strong marketing positioning. The chart in front of you shows the industry growth of the banks in Tanzania, where the green color represents the other banks, and the green color represents the CRDB bank, and the orange color represents the other banks, where in total assets CRDB has 27%, has contributed 27%, and in other banks 73%. Also, CRDB has won awards and recognitions, which are Top Employer Awards and Innovation and Sustainability. Thank you. Okay, good morning. I'm going to proceed from where my fellow has left. I'll talk about the investment summary. So CRDB has managed to launch almost 2 big projects of investment. The first is the Kijani bond, which is one of the sub-Saharan largest bonds, and actually it's enhancing to enhance sustainable development, except for environmental purposes. Also, it has launched the Mahenge graphite mining project of 790 billion Tanzanian shillings. This project has very high risk for CRDB, but it's going to be bringing very high returns. Also, the significance as displayed, its international expansion, as now it's in Burundi and also expand to other countries. Sustainable investments such as the Kijani bond. Also, right now we have the Samia Hassan bond. Then also support for small business. The CRDB has entered into a $320 million deal with the International Cooperation for Development to help small business such as women and other young entrepreneurs. So here's the trend of the share prices from March 2023 to March 2024, where from March 2023 it was 475 Tanzanian shillings to carry the latest 2024, which was 570 Tanzanian shillings. So you can see this are different aspects about the loan growth deposit, where we have the first quarter 2024 and its outlook. As we can see, the CRDB has managed to be in the position of the outlook where all the 2024 first quarter performance has ranged into the outlook.
Okay, morning. I will take you through the next part of valuation. So, valuation recommendations, CRDB is undervalued by 31.99%, undervalued, where we got this, the change through using the percentage change in price of, we use the 670 as of December 2024 and the 884, which was our target price. So we're going to see how we arrived to the target price, and we say we're going to strong buy this particular stock. We use the 2 valuation methodologies, which is the relative valuation and the dividend discount model. For the relative valuation, we use the PE ratios and the price to book ratio. The PE ratio, CRDB is good value based on the PE ratio of 3.3 times compared to its peer average of 5.3. The peers are the KCB Bank, Equity, NMB. Then Okay, these are the, and also we use the dividend discount model. I think, okay, it is in the report we submitted, the word report, of which these were the assumptions we made from the report. The dividend discount model, the dividend growth rate was 16.8%, required return 19.6%. We calculated using the capital asset pricing model. The risk-free was 10%, assumed based on the Tanzanian bond. The beta was 1.2, indicating the moderate volatility. Market risk premium 8%, and the next year dividend was 21.02, while that was the D1. DO was 18 as per 2023 dividend. And how we arrived to 84.31 Tanzanian shilling as our target price, we used the blended valuation by averaging the two methods, the dividend discount model and the relative valuation.
Morning. So I'm going to take you through the last part of our presentation, which is the investment risk. So, as you can see from the graph, CRDB has undertaken different investment from 2018 to 2023 from the recent data fetch. So CRDB investment risk, it considers operational environment together with sector exposure and strategic mitigation effects. So as you can see, in 2018, the highest investment was in real estate, 2019 in technology, 2020 renewable energy, 2021 infrastructure, 2022 mining, and the 2023 it is Kijani bond. Thank you. I think time is up.
Okay. So unfortunately, we'd have to give a chance to the judges. You have 5 minutes for Q&A. Thank you.
All right. So my question is on your valuation approach in the blended valuation with the dividend discount and relative. I am assuming you had put weight onto the two models. So I'd like to understand what are the weights for each model and why. Is it 50-50 or there are some ratios behind, and why?
Okay, I'm going to answer you for the part of the weight. We used the two, the dividend and the dividend discount by discounting the expected future cash flows, and the relative valuation by comparing to its peers. On the weight, the weight was 50-50. So that's why we had to find the average. For the dividend discount, the intrinsic value per share, we had the 750.71, and the relative was 1017.90. And why we used the two valuation methodologies for the dividend, because of the consistent dividend payment history for the CRDB company, of which it was 16.8%. This was the compound annual growth rate. And the other factor, stable growth, and the investor pillar. The investors focus on the income, of which the income aligns with the shareholders' expectation. For the relative valuation, market-based benchmarking by comparing to its peers, simplicity and practicability. For this part, we also, before, for our first submission, we had used the discounted cash flow. But the discounted cash flow, the work was almost 20.42, which was too huge, and it overestimated the risk, and we faced some problems in discounting in estimating the future cash flows. So we had to switch to these other two methodologies. And the other factor for relative valuation was the reflection of the market sentiment.
Hi everyone. Hi. Okay. By the way, I haven't been able to see your calculations on the valuations, but I heard someone mentioning that on the risk-free rate, you used 10%, right? So I would want to know the 10%. What was the basis of that 10% being your risk-free? You mentioned something like a bond. Yes.
It's a Tanzanian bond.
Tanzania bond for which maturity? How many years for the Tanzanian bond you used? I just want to know, and why did you decide it? Because we have 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and they're all risk-free. How did you determine that I used this 10 and for which maturity bond?
With the 10-year maturity bond.
So 10 year, so 10 year gives 10%, right?
It was assumed to be 10%, yes.
You assumed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you go back to the slide where you presented the valuation, price to earning? Yeah. So quick one. Can you mention the comparable companies that were used to derive the price to earning ratio and any reasoning or rationale for the inclusion of those comparable companies?
Okay, I mentioned the comparable companies were the NMBs, KCB, Equity, where they fall under this peer average. It's the average of those 5.3 times, while the CRDB's price to earning is 3.3 times.
And rationale for the inclusion of those companies?
On why we took those companies?
Yeah.
They are apart from CRDB, they are its fellow big competitors, NMB, and for KCB, Equity. Yes, they compared to its other big company.
Hello.
Hello.
Did you feature any ESG in your evaluation? Oh. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, maybe they can answer that last one. Did you feature any ESG evaluations in your report? I think they failed to present it because they ran out of time, but it was probably... Yes, is that the case? Okay.
Actually, it was in our report. We could not display everything. We were told our PowerPoint presentation should be brief as possible. So we describe in details about the ESG, the environmental, social, and governance that CRB has been practicing.
All right. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Please call for us team number 4. welcome.
Thank you.
You have 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A.
Okay.
Okay, karibu.
Asante. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are group number 4. We are here to take you through about the largest bank in Tanzania, CRDB. We initiate a coverage on CRDB based on its upside potential of 68.3% with a buy recommendation of 1,127.62 Tanzanian shillings as a target price. Established in 1996 and listed on Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange in 2009, CRDB has been growing over the years with the ownership of 21% Danida, 13% PSSSF, and 7% NSSF Uganda. CRDB has assets based on 13.3 billion with a market capitalization of 1.7 trillion. CRDB is large of its peers as it has extended to other African countries, which are Burundi and DRC. CRDB has subsidiaries, which are CRDB Insurance and CRDB Foundation. CRDB has an extension plan in other East African countries. Let's move to product and services in which CRDB offers. CRDB offers various products and services, which are CRDB offers various products and services, which are corporate banking, which facilitates large businesses with financial solution. Retail banking facilitates savings and current accounts. Also, they offer microfinance, which serves the underserved population with affordable credits. Also, they serve with financial education. Arabara Cash Banking, which operates under Sharia compliance with no interest offers. Lastly, CRDB offers various insurances, such as life insurance, health insurance, also property insurance. I welcome my colleague to proceed with the competitive analysis.
Coming to the competitive analysis, the banking sector being regulated by the Bank of Tanzania, BOT, which has established measures to ensure financial stability. Despite the regulation, the market has remained highly competitive, with CRDB and NMB leading the market among the 34 commercial banks. To analyze CRDB's competitive positioning, we utilize the Michael Porter's 5 forces model, starting with the rivalry among the existing competitors from a scale of 0 to 5, rated at 5, showing how intense competition is in the industry. Coming to the threat of new entrants, the impact of new banks entering the market is moderate, as CRDB's established brand and strong financial base has helped it to maintain its competitive edge. The threat of substitute products and services, the rise of alternative financial solutions such as M-Pesa, HaloPesa, PayPal, and cryptocurrencies has posed a challenge, despite CRDB's potential to maintain this. Coming to the bargaining power of suppliers, the suppliers of CRDB, including the technology providers and capital sources, is low to moderate, as CRDB has strong relationship and diversified financial sources. Lastly, the bargaining power of buyers, which are customers of CRDB, is low to moderate, as CRDB has continued to offer products and services which meets the customer needs. Coming to the investment and sensitivity analysis, starting with the investment thesis, we offer a strong buy recommendation with a target price of 1,107.62 Tanzanian shillings, providing an upside potential of 68.3% from the current market price of 670 Tanzanian shillings. A sensitivity analysis indicates that a 1% increase in the cost of equity would add up to 56 Tanzanian shillings per share, while a 1% increase in the dividend payout ratio would add up to 88 Tanzanian shillings per share. Our recommendation has been driven by 4 key reasons, starting with the growth in profitability and performance portrayed by the company's financials and key performance indicators. Customer centricity and solution has remained the key pillar of the bank's better performance. Digital transformation, the rise of digital transformation technologies such as SIM banking has offered the bank better performance within the industry. Focus on sustainability. From their 5-year evolved strategy, CRDB are intended to provide sustainable banking solutions. On the financial analysis, it was analyzed by using 4 key metrics, starting with revenue, that is the profit after tax, which grew from 268 Tanzanian billion in 2021 up to 423 billion in 2023, expected to even surge further to 665 billions in 2027 from the forecast. Coming to the dividend per share DPS and return on equity, from 36 shillings in 2021 up to 22% in 2021, up to 50 shillings and 26.7% in 2023. Expected even to surge further to 91 shillings and 32.09% respectively. The total assets, CRDB has continued to maintain and grow their total assets from 8.8 billions in 2021 and recording 13.3 billions in 2023. Expected to even surge further to 22.025 billions in 2027. Masanja will take us through the industry overview.
Looking into industry overview, the banking sector in Tanzania has been growing rapid, highly competitive, with NMB and CRDB leading the race. Regardless of the high competition within the sector, CRDB Bank remains the largest commercial bank with 27% market share in terms of customer deposit, which grew from 8.2 billion Tanzania shillings in 2022 to 8.8 billion Tanzania shillings into 2023. The bank holds 27% of total assets in the market. The bank during the year 2023 has managed to record a lower rate of non-performing loan of 2.8% comparable to an industry overview of 4.3%. During the year, the bank recorded return on equity of 26.7% comparable to an industry average of 21%. During the year, CRDB Bank recorded a cost-to-income ratio of 49.5% comparable to an industry average of 51.6%. All of this indicating a good performance to the bank. Coming to the company valuation, we have employed two approaches in valuing CRDB's share, which is dividend discount mode. The reason behind it to apply this is the good track of dividend payments of the bank to the to the shareholders. With the cost of equity of 10.95%, calculated under capital asset pricing mode with beta coefficient of 0.22, risk-free rate of 9.18%, for 5-year treasury bond, we managed to arrive to the present value of TZS 256.8, terminal value of TZS 1,151, and an intrinsic value under dividend discount model of TZS 1,407.84. Under the price to earning ratio, the reason behind in application of this approach is the consideration of the sector performance or peers performance within the sector. With an average of price to earning ratio of peers of 3.8 and forecasted earnings per share for 2024 of CRDB of TZS 223, we have arrived to the intrinsic value of TZS 847.4. By equating these two methods, we have arrived to the target price of 1,127.62, which indicates a potential upside by 68%. Coming to the investment risk, the bank is exposed to measure 5 categories of risk, on which we have applied the risk matrix table on evaluating this risk. Operational risk has low chance of occurrence with medium impact once they have occurred to the bank. Compliance and regulatory risk have low chance of occurrence with high impact to the bank. Market risk has medium chance of occurrence with medium impact to the bank, but both credit risk and technology risk have medium chance of occurrence with high impact to the bank once they have occurred. Let me welcome my colleague just to sum up.
To sum up, with the CRDB sustainability to the environment, CRDB has a strategy which based on 2 key areas, the ESG, also the climate finance. In ESG, CRDB has a sustainability of conserving environment by 1, reducing about 10% of carbon emission by 2030, 2, reducing paperwork by 10% by 2025, 3, attaining 20% of renewable electricity by 2030. This has been attained by, as they issued the Kijani bond, which cost about 178 billions. In social, CRDB has initiatives such as Imbeju, MSMEs, also CRDB Marathon. As They invested over 749 million in education, also 800 million in health, as showing their return concern to the society. In governance,
well, I see the 10 minutes are up, so I'd like to welcome the judges. 5 minutes for the Q&A session.
Thank you, team number 4. Just one question. You mentioned the intrinsic value of CRDB Bank at 847, and then you mentioned a recommendation to buy with a projected price at 1,127. So I'd just like you to clarify between the two. But I think also one thing that actually came up, I think this is a follow-up question. In terms of the Porter's 9 forces of competitive analysis, you mentioned that the barriers for entry were quite high. So if that is the case, looking at your valuation, would you recommend, based on the high barriers of entry, that CRDB would be maybe the only competitive bank, or is there any other competition looking at that? Because it's very interesting. Thank you.
On valuing the company share, we have employed 2 approaches, which is dividend discount model, whereby gave us an intrinsic value of TZS 1,407.84. But under price to earning ratio, an intrinsic value, we arrived at TZS 847.4. By equal weighting both of these 2 approaches, we have arrived to an intrinsic value of TZS 1,127.62, comparable to the market price on 20 December 2024, whereby we made this evaluation. It was 670. So it indicates that the company share is undervalued by the difference. So we issued a buy recommendation to buy this share, since we expect in the future that an investor who bought today, buying today a share, will earn a capital gain in the future. Thank you.
Okay, on the barriers, we say that the banking sector being regulated by the BOT, which established some measures to ensure financial stability, it ensures that every bank that is being established in Tanzania meets all the criteria that are required. Therefore, it's not that banks will not enter into the market, but they'll have to adhere to all regulations and compliances that they have to adhere to, so that they can proceed. Therefore, CRDB, as long as it has already established its strong financial base, it's going to favor CRDB to better performance.
Hello, thanks for a good presentation. I want some sort of clarification on how you obtained a risk premium of 8.04%.
Okay, the risk-free rate of 8.04% was extracted from, it's an investment site, Damodaran, and we try to also compare with other investment sites that provide information about this information.
I just want to add my question on the after risk premium. There is beta. You calculated, though you mentioned, I don't know, 0.22, right? I would want to know, how can you translate that 0.22, and how did you guys arrived at that 0.22? As for my understanding is that beta translates how the company performing against the market. And we have had a quite good performing market over the years. Also, CRDB is well performing. So I was hoping maybe the beta could be near to 1 or around that, because the company is performing well, also the market is performing well. So where is that diversity, big diversity coming from? I just want to get some explanations from you guys.
Okay, responding to the question, a beta of 0.22, of course we faced a challenge just to calculate it, and we tried to search for the most recent data on the financial analysis institutions, and we managed to apply this 0.22, on which the beta shows less volatile. Show the degree of volatile of the company's performance in the market. So the beta of 0.22 shows the CRDB Bank is less volatile. Thank you.
So thank you. Judges, time is up for the Q&A. Thank you. Please have a seat while we call the next team before we break for tea. Please have a seat. Please call team number 1. Karibuni, while they're setting up your presentation. Okay. Kama mnakumbuka, you have 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A with the judges.
Yes.
Feel free to use either English or Swahili.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Greetings, everyone. We are here to present our presentation on CRDB Bank Plc, the bank that listens. Would I like to welcome the first presenter to take you through executive summary and business overview. Thank you.
From our analysis, we issue a buy recommendation of Tanzania of 12 months target price of Tanzania shilling 668, which was based on with an upside of 45% as the latest close on 31st December 2023. Our recommendation was based on three main things, three main accelerators. The first accelerator being competitive positioning, the second one being the digitalization and value creation business model, and the third being trademark awareness. And all this, when combined, they will lead to the group's significant margin expansion and increase its ability in generating returns. Our buy recommendation, CRDB Group was incorporated in 1996. Soon after, it became listed in the DSE in June 2009, and the group operates two subsidiaries, CRDB Bank Burundi, which was established in 2012, and CRDB Bank DLC, established in 2023. I would like to welcome my fellow member to take through the business overview part.
Thank you. To align with the CRDB 5-year strategy, namely Evolve, the CRDB Bank has opened new branches in Democratic Republic of Congo, making it to operate in 3 regions, being Tanzania, Burundi, and Democratic Republic of Congo. Again, the CRDB Bank has employed various channels of distribution, being such as items, merchants, and agents, mobile, again with mobile branches, to ensure financial inclusions and business growth, where 97% of all transactions were performed outside of the group branches. Again, taking through CRDB Bank business segment, the CRDB Bank organized to sell its product, service, and solution via key 4 group segments, namely retail banking, corporate and institution banking, treasury and capital markets, again with CRDB Bank insurance broker, where the reported revenue in 2023 of 1.24 trillion was derived from 64% was derived from retail banking, 20% from corporate and institution banking, and the remaining 16% from CRDB insurance broker and treasury and capital market. I'd like to welcome the fellow member to take you through industrial overview. Thank you.
CRDB Bank has some key drivers which emphasize them to grow. Based on that issues, we see there are several demand drivers and supply drivers. Starting with demand drivers, we see there is positive economic growth on different sectors such as agriculture, infrastructures. See, so having the bank like CRDB accelerate much the positive growth of these crucial economic sectors. Favorable loans and advance. You know, CRDB provides loans and advance of favorable terms in terms of interest that they provide to the customers and so on. So, digitalization. The issue of digitalization, we can see on the issues such as SIM banking. They introduce internet banking where transactions can be processed easily. When you're looking on supply drivers, we see regulatory compliance. The regulatory compliance environment are so conducive to CRDB Bank. They operate in the way that they can reach many customers without facing any barriers. Capital requirement, the same applies. CRDB Bank meets that requirement. Innovations on different issues. We see now on CRDB Bank introduce mobile banking, which meet a lot number of customers. Porter's 5 forces analysis. We have taken Porter's forces analysis, whereby we see industry rivalry and the bargaining power of customers are the most significant forces, while bargaining power of suppliers is relatively low. By finishing, we see there, CRDB Bank still compete with other banks such as KCB and NMB and they are capable of ensuring that they are sustainable in the market. Thank
you. CRDB Group stand as the strong investment opportunity, which is backed by their strong financial performance, strong market position, and their clear path to growth. There is 3 key investment factors which influence our buying recommendation. One is strong growth of their net interest income. As you can see there is 29 year-on-year growth in interest income, which is driven by loan portfolio growth. Secondly, loan and advances. There is also 98% year-on-year growth in loan and advances, which, as you can see, is due to the increase of corporate loans, the loans provided to the small, medium enterprise, and also personal loans. Also, there is, thirdly and finally, is the income generated from alternative means. This income generated from alternative means includes SIM banking, agency banking, and internet banking, also ATM. There is a growth of our buying recommendation has been influenced due to the growth of 67 year-on-year growth in SIM banking. This is due to adoption and usage. Also 21 year-on-year growth in agency banking driven by the increase in agents. Thank you. I would like to welcome my fellow to continue the part of valuation.
Thank you. Our valuation was done was done using 3 weighted average cost of Our valuation was undertaken by using 3 weighted methods of valuation, being dividend discounted mode, relative valuation, and free cash flow, with 50%, 30%, and 20% weighted respectively, where we arrive at the targeted price of Tanzania shilling 668, being an upside of 45% from the closing price of Tanzania shilling 460. Thank you. Would I like to welcome the fellow presenter to continue his financial analysis.
Our buying recommendation was also influenced by the group financial performance, typically focusing on 3 main areas: the profitability, where we analyzed the 3 financial metrics: the net interest margin, the profit after tax, and the return on equity. And all have been seen to be good for the past years from 2019, but slightly decreased in 2023 as impacted by the COVID-19. As a result, it shows the group's ability in converting the sales into profit. The second is capital management. CRDB Group has employed various strategies in maintaining capital levels, typically Tier 1 and Tier 2, and which it has been seen for the past years. For the past 2 years, 2022 and 2023. Okay, I would like to welcome my fellow members to continue.
Risk analysis based on 2 issues, that is likelihood of occurrence and the impact of that particular risky. We have seen that credit risky and technological risky are the most risky that face CRDB Bank, whereby CRDB Bank puts a credit policy for limitation purpose and ensure that they put a technological department that is so competent to evaluate them. Thank you. May I welcome my fellow to proceed with environment, social, and governance.
By recommendation is also influencing by ESG.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'd like to invite the judges for the Q&A.
congratulations, first of all. Can you go back to a slide where you presented the evaluation? So few questions. Number one, on your relative valuation, where you give a weighting of 30%, I just wanted to understand the rationale for the selection of two comparable companies, NMB and KCB. Why those two companies? And also, why giving a weighting of 50, 30 to 20 out of those three methodologies?
Thank you for the question. Relative evaluation was given the weight of 30%, with the reason that it offers market comparison, but it lacks focus on the intrinsic value of on the intrinsic value. But the evaluation was underdone using two banks, with CRDB being the third one.
Okay, can you go to the first page? The first page. Yes, so I'm interested to know, why did you take the close price, which is very, very far, as of 31st December 2023?
Okay, thank you again. We take it as our closing price of 2023 because our valuation was based on 5 years from 2019 to 2023. Now we take it as because it was the last price of the years that we were valuing.
Hi. I have a question on the valuation. If you can go to that slides that show the valuation methods. Okay, on the discounted cash flow approach, where you assign 20% at the weight, I'm looking at the approach. You mentioned that the approach you used there, it's constant discounting factor on FCF. And I take it, FCF, you mean free cash flow to the firm. Am I right? Okay, if am I right, you guys were value an equity, right? But you used free cash flow to the firm. And I think you were supposed to use free cash flow to the equity. But I would want to know, why did you decide to use free cash flow to the firm instead of free cash flow to the equity?
Sorry, can you come again? I'm sorry.
Okay, simply that you guys are valuing equity.
Yes.
But you used the free cash flow to the firm. And we know free cash flow to the firm comprises other things more than equity itself. So I just want to know, why did you use free cash flow to the firm instead of free cash flow to the equity? Maybe you will have some explanation on that.
We use discounted free cash flow. The main reason that we want to reduce the changes which will go to happen in the year which we target, our price. So we use three methods in order to avoid the changes which is going to happen. Because if you use only 2 or 1, our valuation will be only based on certain kind of valuation, of method of valuation. So we decided to use free cash flow in order in order for them to give us a broader insight of the company as the CRDB.
In addition to that, we use the free cash flow mode to
All right. Thank you for your presentation. We will now have a 30 minutes break for tea. We'll start with the judges. You'll be directed to the first floor, and the rest of the members will follow. Thank you. Please. Maybe we can now clap for all the teams that have already presented, because it was not an easy job. The first part is done. Sawa.
manzabe picha twazi twanga kisera posti insta wanga kwakera baada ya chali kimoko cause I just wanna let them know I'm African beauty African beauty African beauty you're my African beauty you're my African beauty
I want to know what's up. Your honey pot, man, up one in town.
Hi, everyone. I think we should be ready to start. Just in a minute or so, we have 2 judges remaining, then we'll call the next team.
I want to know what's up. Your honey pot, man, up one in town. If you cooking, I cook up, begin, I cook. Anywhere she enter, baby, they must be salad. Baby, more, sweetie, more. obodo Igbo. Indianapolis, Miami, Connefe. Gucci, Prada, designer, corner, yeah. Anywhere she enter, baby, they cost kasala. Baby, more, sweetie, more, money, more, baby, more, African flamingo, Rwanda, Blanco, Uwabu, Wachuku, electric fire, lady, fire, baby, fire, you know, neck, Ekaite, you know, neck, my Carolina, you know, neck, baby, Nayoka, I beg you make you dance, baby, a buru bata hetin, she want to scatter the net, oh, baby, a buru bata hetin, she want to scatter the net, oh, yeah, baby, show them, oh, yeah, baby, show them, make your back, oh, make you do the talking, baby, show them, oh, yeah, baby, show them, I sound one Nayoka, sweetie more, money more, baby more, African flamingo.
Okay, great. I think we're ready to continue. So team number 5 will be called shortly to proceed with the session.
I'm a da, she one day from, take it for one time, now she come from, cutting too long, she want to test in my kakara, my day make I tell you, I know they one day do like say, me I suppose they go holiday, but I wait to stay, you gotta watch lazy, she said baby don't play me, when I hear the shit be screaming my name, driving out crazy, she want it on a daily. She call me on the phone, say she wanna know if I come back again. If I come back again, I give her like I'm a young kid. She make her go. I'm a young kid. She want the corner, my location. She want to jam me natty on top with this in my plantation. And if I answer, she go carry me go for vacation. She want to get down, but she knows.
Karibuni kwa presentation. Mna dakika 10 za kupresent na dakika 5 za maswali na majibu na judges.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is Team 5. We instigate a coverage on CRDB representing an upside of 30.7 with a buy recommendation based on a target price of 876 with a current market price of 670. Established in 1996, CRDB has grown tremendously with a large asset base of 15 trillion, high market capitalization of 1.7 trillion, and strong balance sheet size of 13 billion. CRDB co-driver to its everlasting success is strong digital banking solution like internet banking and mobile banking, innovative and diverse range of solutions like our back banking, and strong ICT infrastructure ready to adapt new technology. CRDB contributes 400 billion to the Tanzania revenue, equal to 38% value created by the bank, initiated by the strategy Evolve, which implies to move forward and rise above the competitor and claim the desired title of king of banking. With regard to corporate government, CRDB abides to the rules set by DSE, BOT, and CMSA, and all regulators within the local. CRDB has 4 subsidiaries: CRDB Burundi, CRDB Congo, CRDB Banking Foundation, and CRDB Insurance Brokers Limited, with variety of products like treasury cap banking, capital banking, retail banking, our banking, winning over 25 awards inside and outside Tanzania. There's a huge number of competition due to large number of players in the industry. However, CRDB wallows in a higher market share of 27%, highlighting the financial soundness of the bank.
Anchoring at the industry overview and competitive positioning of CRDB, the Tanzanian banking industry has grown significantly due to a number of reasons such as improvement in digital banking, financial inclusion, and economic development. The banking industry in Tanzania consists of microfinance banks, commercial banks, and non-banking financial organizations. Moving to competitive positioning of CRDB, CRDB positions itself competitively through its extensive branch network, also commitment to customer services, and strong brand recognition. The CRDB company uses the strategies such as product differentiation, market leadership, technological innovation, and geographical coverage to maintain its competitive positioning. We use the 5 Porter's forces to analyze and identify the competitive position of CRDB. The first one is the threat of new entrants, which talks about how easily new competitors can enter the banking industry, and this has a moderate impact to the competitive position of CRDB. The second one is the bargaining power of suppliers. The suppliers of CRDB includes depositors, technology providers, and also employees of CRDB, and this has a low impact to the competitive position of CRDB. The third one is the bargaining power of buyers. The buyers of CRDB includes the individual customers. It also includes the small businesses and cooperatives, and this has a high impact to the competitive position of CRDB. The fourth one is the threat of substitutes. Substitutes of CRDB includes all the products and services that can alternatively be used instead of the products and services offered by CRDB. And this includes the mobile networks such as Tigo Pesa, Halo Pesa, and other mobile networks. And this has a moderate to high impact to the competitive position of CRDB. The last one is the industry rivalry, which talks about the intensive of the competition in the banking industry in Tanzania. And this has a very high impact to the competitive position of CRDB.
We also did a coverage on the financial analysis and valuation based on a subject company CRDB. The revenue of the group tend to increase from year to year, and this is due to the product diversification, the innovation, as well as cross-selling of the CRDB products and services to the different customers group. We utilize the number of assumptions such as the maintained trend in the historical data, as well as the macroeconomic factors trend such as the GDP trend, inflation, as well as the interest rate to project and to forecast the financial statement of the CRDB. As a result, we have projected the earning before interest and tax to be 1.4 trillion by the year 2027, with a compound annual growth of 26.67, comparable to 24.32% from the year 2021 to the year 2023. The group also recorded the profit after tax of 422 billion by the year 2023, comparable to 351 Tanzania shillings by the year 2022. This marks an increase of 20%. And also, during the year 2023, the group recorded the highest profit to be recorded in the bank history. Of this value, 6% was contributed by the CRDB subsidiaries. CRDB Bank is one among the cost-efficient group. This is due to its commitment on reducing the cost-to-income ratio. As during the year 2023, the group recorded the cost-to-income ratio of 50%. This signifying and representing that CRDB produces and delivers its services and product to different customers group at lower cost while maximizing its profit without compromising with the shareholders' wealth maximization. CRDB Bank as a group has assets with high quality. The quality of the asset of CRDB is justified by its strengths and strong commitment on dealing and managing effectively the risk associated with the credit. As during the year 2023, the group recorded a reduction in non-performing loan to 2.8%. Moving to valuation, we value the share of CRDB by utilizing two models, the relative valuation model as well as the dividend discount model. A calculated value of 10.95% as a discount rate was used to discount the dividend to be paid for the 4 upcoming years. And also, we utilize the terminal annual growth of 5%, reflecting a sustainable long-term growth of the CRDB aligned with the GDP trend of 5.2%. All these were incorporated, resulted to the intrinsic value of 1,268 Tanzania shillings. We also utilized the price-to-book value to compare CRDB and its peer. The average PB ratio of the CRDB was estimated to be of the CRDB peers was estimated to be 0.6 times. This value was multiplied by PB value of the CRDB of 808 Tanzania shillings, resulted to the share price of 484 Tanzania shillings. Equal weights were assigned to both methods. As a result, we came up with a targeted price of Tanzania shillings 876, which marks an increase or an upside potential of 30.7%, with the current market price of 670 Tanzania shillings. In this regard, a strong buy recommendation was issued.
Despite of the positive outlook of CRDB Bank, the bank is still facing various investment risks. We have analyzed this risk based on their impact and likelihood of occurrence. Starting with the credit risk, CRDB Bank has implemented a robust credit evaluation strategies and a risk assessment criteria to reduce its non-performing loan. It has successfully reduced its non-performing loan from 13% in 2017 to 2.8% in 2022, and it has been maintained this since then. Coming to liquidity risk, CRDB Bank also has successfully maintained a strong liquidity position, and this is supported by the liquidity asset ratio of 27%, which is above the market percent of 20%. Coming to market risk, CRDB Bank has continuously monitored market risk such as foreign exchange and interest rate changes to minimize its financial losses. It uses various strategies such as hedge strategy, risk modeling, and scenario analysis to anticipate and respond to the adverse condition. Understanding the impact of technological risk, CRDB Bank has implemented various advanced cyber measures to protect its customer data against fraud. This shows the strong commitment of CRDB Bank to protect its digital platforms such as mobile apps and SIM banking. From the risk assessment department, we issue strong buy recommendation.
Okay, assessing sustainability through ESG, CRDB Bank ensures environmental sustainability by financing green initiatives through issuing of Kijani bond, which worth 172 billion shillings to support funding raised in order to support friendly, environmental conservation friendly initiatives. Also, financing renewable sources of energy projects which ensures that carbon emission is reduced. This aligns with the Plant Pillar Strategy, which targets to reduce carbon emission by 10% in 2030. Coming to social sustainability, CRDB provides a financial inclusion to meet the needs of the underserved population to ensure that this population get access to banking services regardless of their location. Also, raising funds from various social events like marathon to support women and youth, as well as education and health services. In terms of government, CRDB as an independent board of directors which work in the interest of shareholders as well as ensuring compliance of both internal and external regulation while ensuring partnership. This can be evidently supported by the issuing of SAMI infrastructure bond, which was worth 150 billion shillings to raise funds for supporting construction projects in Tanzania. In this regard, CRDB utilizes effectively its pillars of sustainability, and you have every reason to invest in CRDB Bank. Hence, we offer a strong buy recommendation with a target price of 876 Tanzanian shillings. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I welcome the judges for questions.
Yes, thank you. In your presentation, had there been any impact of macroeconomic parameters that could affect the valuation of CRDB, either now or on the forecast? And also, is there any particular reason why on the relative approach you chose to go with price to book and not price to earning? I would like to understand why.
By considering the macroeconomic factors, such as the GDP growth has the impact to our valuation due to the fact that the rise in the GDP growth will result into the increase in the inflation. That means there will be an increase in the economic activities as well as the investment activities. As a result, now the regulators such as the central banks will be required to raise the interest so as to control this situation of reducing the purchasing power of people. If that's the case now, the investor will require a higher rate of return so as to compensate with this reducing of the purchasing power of people. As a result, will result into the discount rate to be increased. If the discount rate now will be increased, will have the negative impact to our valuation due to the fact that there will be reduction in the present value forecasted. As a result, now can have the negative impact to our valuation. Also, we have opted to go with the price to book value instead of the price to earning or the price to sell due to the fact that this price to book value capture the real and realistic picture of the banking industry by just capturing the book value or the book value of the specific bank in banking industry compared to the price to sell, as we know that one of the biggest and one of the highest source of assets and income in banking industry is all about loans and deposit. Therefore, we use this book value to capture the real picture of the banking industry, specifically basing on this subject company, CRDB.
Thank you, Team 5. In terms of the CAGR projections for 2027, you had mentioned there will be a rise of 27% of the CRDB revenue. What were those projections based on? And number 2, based on technological risk, what have you considered? Thank you.
Let me just start with the first question, then my fellow will proceed with another question. We have projected the earning before interest and tax to be 1.4 trillion by the year 2027 with a compound annual growth of 26.67. That means this compound annual growth reflects the growth potential of the CRDB from the year specifically 2024 to the 2027. And this valuation now was based specifically with the assumptions such as the trend in the historical data. We assumed that that this historical data will be maintained by just increasing or decreasing. And also, we utilized also the assumptions such as the increase or the change in the macroeconomic factors such as the inflation as well as the GDP trend. As a result, we come up with the compound annual growth from the year 2024 to the year 2027 of 26.67%. Thank you.
Also, in addition to that, we consider factors like strong financial position of the bank. We looked at CRDB has a continuous strong balance sheet size. Up to 2023, the balance sheet size was up to 13.3 trillion. Also, we looked at its uniqueness to minimize the non-performing loans. We see in the lastly ratio was 2.8%, indicating the strong credit risk management of the bank.
I have one question on valuation. I wanted to understand, can you walk us through on some of the factors or criteria that were considered in selecting the comparable companies? What were the factors or criteria that you have used?
Okay. In valuation, we came up with the buy recommendation, and this was because one of the reasons was because of the strong improved asset quality. This is an indicator of the reduced non-performing loan, which increases the profitability of the bank and ensures that and interprets that the bank is good at managing its risk. And hence, being undervalued means that in the future we have expectation that the market will realize the changes, and hence when an investor invests there, we'll get a profit.
And also, we have selected these banks here, the listed one, NMB, DTB, KCB, as well as Mkombozi, are the most competing banks with the CRDB. That means we have just selected this to reflect how well CRDB is positioned regarding its competitors, the main one.
So your time is up. Sorry. Well, thank you for your presentation. Please have a seat. May we please call team number 6? Welcome. As you're setting up, please be advised you have 10 minutes for the presentation.
Sorry, the PPT is not this one.
It's okay, they're setting it up for you. So you have 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A with the judges. Feel free to present in English or Swahili.
Good afternoon, everyone. CRDB Bank, buy today, win tomorrow, is a growing and big return. This is team number 6. We are here to deliver our evaluation on CRDB Bank Plc, and we are going to run business overview, ESG, financial analysis and evaluation, risk analysis, and conclusion. According to analysis, we issue a buy recommendation with a target price of 744.72 Tanzania shillings, offering 11.15% upside potential from the market share price of 670 Tanzania shillings as from December 30, 2024. We issue a buy recommendation because CRDB has a strong financial performance, strong market position, and high experienced board members. CRDB company incorporated in Tanzania in the year 1996 and was listed in Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange in the year 2009. CRDB has its subsidiaries, CRDB Bank Burundi, CRDB Bank Democratic Republic of Congo, CRDB Insurance, and CRDB Foundation. I welcome my fellow colleague to take you through competitive analysis.
Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Caroline. I'm going to take you through competitive position and industry analysis. In industry analysis, CRDB Bank has emerged as a prominent player in the banking industry in Tanzania with a strong market share of 20% in total customer loans, 25% customer deposit, and 22% in total asset. Also is on track to be a leading bank in East Africa. In competitive position, using SWOT analysis, CRDB Bank has managed to align its internal activities with external realities, in which in strength and opportunity strategies, we can see CRDB Bank as a leader in green finance. Also, we can see in strength and threat, you can see CRDB Bank has managed to maintain a strong financial performance. Also, CRDB has managed to extend its operation efficiency due to high equity performance. Also, diversification in Democratic Republic of Congo and Burundi. Okay, I will welcome the other colleague to take you through the other part.
Okay. Thank you, Karon. I'll take you through the part of ESG, which is environment, social, and governance. Starting with environment, the bank emphasizes much on environment conservation through the various policies. The first policy is Kijani Bond, in which issue 171.2, in which used for energy consumption, agriculture, and waste management. Again, the bank has promoted the paperless transaction, in which is aimed to reduce the waste by 10 by 2030. In social, also the bank are not behind because they're supporting a many program. For example, embed scholarship to the student and providing desk to the student. In terms of governance, the CRDB Bank has 13 member body, in which is governed by chairman R.H. Ray and managing director, who is Abdul Sekere. Yes. In terms of governance, we're done. Okay, welcome my Corinne, who will take the part of evaluation. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Nora Felix, and I will present today about the valuation and financial analysis. I will explain the reason towards why we recommend a buy. We employed 3 valuation methods, and these are excess return model, relative valuation model, and discounted dividend model. In each of these valuation models, we comprehend and viewed the bank's intrinsic value. We as well determined the discount rate from capital asset pricing model, whereby the risk-free rate was 9.18%, the equity risk premium was 11.18%, as well as the unlevered beta, that was 0.78 as sourced from the Moderians. We also had valuation results. We also attained valuation results as per our models. Excess return model gave us a intrinsic value of 860.97 Tanzanian shillings per share. Relative valuation method as well gave us an intrinsic value of 665.04. And discounted dividend model gave us an intrinsic value of 708.15 Tanzanian shillings per share. Adding up all the valuation models, we attained an average of 744.72 Tanzanian shillings per share. All right. So by saying so, the valuation model, the intrinsic value was 744.72. Comparing it to the year-end share price, that was 670 Tanzanian shillings per share, we recommend a buy because CRDB is a bank that has strong financial performance as well as growth potentialities. I'll move on to financial analysis. We did financial analysis of the income statements and balance sheets as well. Starting up with the balance sheets, we saw that the asset growth we assessed the asset growth from 2019 to 2024 by seeing that the total assets of CRDB having a compound annual growth rate of 19%, totaling an amount of 6.6 Tanzanian shillings to 13.3 Tanzanian shillings. Also, we have seen the deposit growth. Deposit growth rate has a rate of 14% as per compound annual growth rates. Moving forward to the income statements, we also saw the revenue growth, whereby the revenue is attributed muchly by net interest income, and the rates as per the group when we were working on it, we got 650 billion to 1.9 trillion. That's the movement from 2019 to 2023. We as well forecasted the financial statements as using different assumptions. For the asset growth rate, we assessed on the historical growth rates, whereby we saw it grow from 8 to 10% annually, and it was supported mostly by loans. I welcome my fellow to go through the risk analysis.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As you know that, despite of our confidence in our recommendation, but as you know, there is no investments which do not face risk. So for the case of CRDB, based on our analysis, we see we analyze 5 risky. Number 1 is liquidity risk, whereby CRDB Bank ensure that there is diversification of funds so as to be able to meet its maturity obligation day-to-day operation. Number 2 is credit risk, whereby, as you know, CRDB Bank try to maintain its NPL ratio at a rate of 2.8%, but it has a tendency of its credit to grow almost by 22.8% year over year. So in order to avoid the credit concentration, the bank ensured that all credits which are provided by the bank are well insured via CRDB Bank insurance. But also there is competition risk whereby CRDB Bank, in order to maintain its position in a market, it provides its deliver innovative product to a market which differentiates it from its rival. We concluded by saying that CRDB Bank, to buy CRDB Bank because is a bank that performs above the average. Thank you.
Thank you. Judges?
So can you take me through the valuation methods? That slide. I have a question. Well, yes, so I want to know what was the motive behind using those valuation methods, especially on the excess return model. Why did you choose that method?
Well, thank you so much for the question. We opted to use excess return model because we wanted to see CRDB's intangible assets on the returns, the percentage of CRDB intangible assets on the total returns.
Can you go back to slide on risk assessment? Okay, so I've seen you've considered number of risks here, but maybe you could add one question. What is your assessment based on the matrix that you've presented, your assessment of technological risks and ESG potential risk to CRDB? What is your take on that?
For the case of technological risk, as you know, CRDB Bank mostly it invests on digitalization so as to be able to differentiate itself from its rival. So for the case of risk, of technological risk, CRDB Bank ensured that in order to avoid technological risk like cybersecurity attack, it ensured that it trained its employer so as to be able to be able to align with the global changes on technology, but also on sustainable growth risk. CRDB Bank, as you know, it received a reward from GCF as a bank that mostly invests in sustainable development. So the bank mostly it ensured that it transformed from manual transaction, for example, manual transaction to biometric transaction, so as to avoid the waste, mostly by using bio to withdraw and to deposit money. But also, CRDB Bank, it supports many programs in Tanzania. For example, it supports Pendezesha Tanzania by supporting reforestation, so as to ensure that it aligns with the global trend of sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Team 6. Based on your evaluation of CRDB, is there any way that you factored in inflation, and what is the estimated impact on the projected intrinsic value? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, in our analysis, we did not anticipate on inflation rates.
Okay, just the last one. So on your probably excess return model on the forecast, are there any specific considerations on the bank's growth appetite, specifically to the subsidiaries, and how competitively is that an advantage to CRDB compared to the comparable entities that you have used in the relative model?
Okay, so, sorry, pardon, a little bit.
CRDB is having some subsidiaries that the comparative entities probably are not having, as you have shown. So in your excess return model on the forecast, have you considered the impact of its growth appetite? Will there be new subsidiaries, and what will be the impact? And how is that a competitive advantage against other entities that you have compared with on the relative model?
Okay, so CRDB, as said, it has subsidiaries. So
okay. In forecasting, we consider the subsidiaries CRDB Burundi and DRC Congo, in which CRDB has managed to expand, and that is a competitive advantage in comparison to other banks because it maintains larger, strong market share. Also, it does not only depend in local markets. So there is risk minimization and high equity return.
All right, time is up for the Q&A. Thank you for your presentation. Please have a seat. Can we please call the next team, team number 7?
She want the corner, my location. She want to jam me natty on top with this in my plantation. And if I answer, she go carry me go for vacation.
Karibuni. As you're setting up, you have 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A with the judges.
Usiponiona pumzi na banana, eti baby kweli unaumisi utamu banana, eti baby kweli sakando hivyo kwa nini twagombana, au ndo kweli tamona chungu ndo raya kupendana, hawajui baby haunazonipa wapi unanishika na ndo maana mwengine sitaki, hawajui na navyopenda sifa, basi hapa viva maana najona nipenda na unyaji, nachotaka niwambie unanipenda dali, hautaki kuwa na mimbali bila mimi hawezi, basi niambie niwambie wajue unanipenda dali, usiku bila mihaulani miendo wako mpenzi, basi niambie niwambie wajue tunapendana, 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 tunapendana. Mimi hapa nimbo sokani tena, penzi ni hadithi za siku nono, iwe kwenye furaha nyakati ngumu, penzi ni maradhi nishikwe pumu, nimekupenda we ashki majinunu, usinificha dharani baby ni chumu, mengine tuyafanye tukiwarumu, haki ya Mungu wala ukinidhurumu, bombo clad na nyonga ndumu, wewe sitaki nikukwaze usinikwaze, tukawapa maneno watutangaze, wengine wanangoja sikugombana, wewe penzi kwenye kibaba lijazijaze, mambo yakinikaba uniliwaze, leo tule mlenda kesho nyama, basi niambie niwambie kauna nipenda dali, usiku bila mihaulani bila mimi hauwezi, basi niambie niwambie wajue kauna nipenda dali, usiku bila mihaulani ndo mpenzi, basi niambie niwambie wajue tunapendana, 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 tunajuana, niwambie wajue tunapendana, tunapenda baby, tunapendana,
It's the kids, baby. Yeah. Yeah. The African princess. Tulianza zamani
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. We are Group 7, presenting on the investing analysis of CRDB Commercial Bank, as we alongside with my team members, where CRDB Bank is one of the largest commercial bank in Tanzania, with most and prominent upside with an attractive investment, whereby in our analysis we issue a buy recommendation, where basing on the 12-month target of 688.61, along with comparing with the last close of 31st December in 2023 of 460, which in line a upside of 49.7%. We issue a buy recommendation with a 12-month price, where based in the projection on 3 theses, which is growth and expansion of CRDB Bank, digital transformation, and banking sector performance. Where, starting by the CRDB Bank Group growth and expansion, CRDB Bank has been showing a greater expansion since its establishment in 1996, and later on in 2009 it was listed in Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange, where later on it was expanding into Burundi's subsidiary as a regional expansion, and further it was expanding into Congo's subsidiary, and later in 2024 CRDB Bank was able to launch a foundation. Continuing with growth and expansion of CRDB Bank, CRDB Bank has the growth shown in their net profits based on from the head office to their subsidiaries, where in CRDB Bank in Burundi, net profit was contributing 5%. CRDB Bank DRC Congo, DRC Congo, where it showed the negative 0.9%, since it's a new branch and subsidiary. That's why it showed a negative net profit. And in the other bank, and the other, it's the head office, which contributed 95% of its net profit. Also, CRDB Bank, I'll continue with the SWOT analysis of CRDB banks, whereby it's analyzed the strength, weaknesses, opportunity, and threats. Strength of CRDB Bank shows the strong market presence, as we understand that CRDB Bank has been able to expand their branches, where it has a lot of around 226 branches all over the country. Also, financial stability, looking at their financial statements, where they've been increasing in their net profits. Also, regional expansion has been able to expand in various areas. Weaknesses, there are weaknesses in CRDB Bank, such as technological risk, which this risk, since the CRDB Bank has been investing much in the digital transformation, which shows the risks such as cybersecurity risk. Also, limited global reach, as CRDB has not been able to expand in most of African countries, where it's just relying on several countries. Opportunities of CRDB Bank, there's expansion into new markets, where recently we've been able to want to expand more in Zambia and Comoros. Also, growth in digital marketing, digital banking, whereas CRDB has been able to expand itself in digital marketing and digital banking, as mobile banking and the use of the cardless in withdraw in ATMs. And the threats which facing as the challenges of CRDB Bank involve the intense competitions, regulatory risk, economic volatility. Let me welcome my team, another team member, to continue with the bank digital transformation.
Thank you. I will proceed with the digital transformation of CRDB Bank. CRDB Bank has been expanding from various regions and centers across its different countries. For example, we have been experiencing CRDB has opened more than 226 branches, 690 ATMs, and more than 35,000 agents. Proceeding the banking sector performance analysis, as we can see, our total asset as well as the profit before tax has been increasing from years to years, which shows the favorable profitability, as well as the cost to income showed the downtrend. Hence, this implies the cost and the operational efficiency has been improved. The capital adequacy has been decreasing since 2021. The capital adequacy, the decrease does not cause it's above the regulatory requirement of the 12.5, the core capital, as well as proceeding the financial analysis, the profit after tax as well as the total assets has been increasing from years to years. The return on equity and the non-performing loans, based on our analysis, we have estimated the non-performing loans to be below the regulatory requirement of 5%. Thank you. I will welcome my fellow to proceed with the financial valuation.
Thank you. As you know, any rational investor must identify the true value of the stock before investing. So I'll pass you through the financial valuation of CRDB Bank, whereby we employed two methods of valuation, starting with dividend discount model, and I'll proceed with relative valuation method. So dividend discount model, we had a terminal growth of 5% as forecasted, which is below our national growth stipulated by BOT. A risk-free rate of 5.17, which is a one-year treasury bill rate of Tanzania, and the cost of equity, which is 18.48%, obtained by a cost of asset pricing model. Provided there are the forecasted dividends from 2024 up to 2028, and the present value of the dividends present value of dividends and present value of terminal provide us an intrinsic value of 662.21, which this cement our buy decision with an upside potential of 43.96. Continuing with relative valuation model, we employed the price to book value and the price to earning ratio. So starting with price to book value, we have observed through our analysis that CRDB Bank operates at 0.67 price to book value compared to the peers, which is 1.8x. Same applies to the price to earning ratio, which is 3.15, which these two methods provide us an evaluation of CRDB stock in the market. So by employing these two methods, we had to weight them to 6% to the dividend discount model and 40% to the price earning ratio to provide us a weighted average price of 688.61, and that's a buy recommendation. I would like to welcome my fellow to proceed with the risk analysis.
CRDB Bank, as any other institution, financial institutions, as we have seen, they experience a credit risk, but also they experience some other types of risk, which include macroeconomic risk and regulatory risk and operational risk, which they have employed a very good measures in trying to mitigating this risk, which increase the trust of stakeholders to keep investing in CRDB, and which increased the profitability, but also the functioning of CRDB. And also CRDB has been very responsible in environmental, social, and governance measures, where they have been investing in environmental friendly services, which they... Thank you, and we'll welcome you for questions.
Judges Karibuni.
Thank you very much, Team 7. I just have one question. Based on the SWOT analysis, you've mentioned technological disruption as a threat. Is it placed as a threat or an opportunity? Please elaborate.
Okay, thank you for your question. Okay, technological disruptions can act as both a threat and also an opportunity, whereby being as an opportunity, it can help CRDB Bank to evolve itself on how to mitigate or how to stop that technological disruption, which will cause the banking to various effects which are negative. And as a threat, it can be a threat since it can lead to the disruptions, and even it can cause the poor financial performance, since cybersecurity will reduce the operational efficiency of CRDB Bank. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My question is still on the valuation, the relative valuation. Can you please walk us through why you chose those other banks?
Okay. So on our valuation, we choose those peers by basing on the asset share. For instance, from the EY report, banking performance report, those banks which we have used as peers, they were the top 5 performing banks in terms of net assets. So we assume that by taking these banks with comparable net assets, it will provide us a fair valuation. Thank you.
On the same area of valuation, can you give us rationale for the split of the valuation and methodology? Why have you chosen 60% and 40% between the two valuations?
Okay, so we have used 60% for the discount, for the dividend discount model, because we believe that this model provides us much real intrinsic value, since the policy of CRDB Bank in provision of dividend is very clear and straight, which is at 35%. So by price earning valuation method, we allocated 40%, since it's based much on technical analysis. Thank
you. If you can go back to where you forecasted. Okay, over there. So you have forecasted your financials to the year 2028.
Yes.
But on valuations, you have used a risk-free rate of a 1-year treasury bill, that is 5.17, right?
Yes.
Can you get to understand why did you decide to use risk-free rates of a treasury bill instead of treasury bonds, and at the same time you forecasted your cash flow to more than 1 year?
We used the 1-year treasury bill rate since our valuation from our historical analysis, we observed a period of 1 year, from a period of 1 year up to 5 years, since 2019 up to 2023. So we assume that the very base risk-free rate which can provide us an equal intrinsic value could be a 1-year Treasury bill rate, since we have to estimate the target price of a 1 year, 12 months target price.
Thank you, Team 7. So mine is on your forecast as well. From 2020, I wonder, 2024, 2025, the dividends are going down, but they are also spiking for around 40% in 2026. I'm assuming that will require significant investment, and as you have shown us, the capital is going down year on year. So probably what is your take on what will come in to support that growth in dividend that will as well be coming from the growth of the returns of the entity if the capital is going to the margins of the regulator?
Sorry, time is up, so please briefly answer that one.
Okay, so based on our key drivers, the first three, that is company growth plans, the banking sector performance analysis, and those three key drivers provide us a potential return in the near future. Maybe I could attempt like that.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Please have a seat. May we please call the final team, Team 8, to come and finish their presentation.
Tulianza zamani Ugana tena tukapendana na yeye. Tulianza zamani utoto ujana kugombana kupatana na yeye. Akili nazo zimeshapoteana, sijiwezi mazimami kwake nyang'anyang'a. Nikimwona joto majasho kulowana, na data mazimami mtoto wa mama. Yananoga mapenzi ni matamu.
Karibuni. Wakati they are setting up your presentation, nakumbusha mna dakika 10 za presentation na dakika 5 za maswali na majibu na judges.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here is team number 8. We are here to present about CRDB Equity Research Report. We initiate a coverage on CRDB representing an upside of 26%, basing on a target price of 844 Tanzanian shillings. CRDB Bank was established in the year 1996, and it was listed at Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange in June 2009. The bank has several subsidiaries around East African region, including the CRDB Bank Burundi, CRDB Bank DRC Congo, CRDB Bank Insurance, and CRDB Foundation. The bank provides a wide range of financial products and services, including consumer banking, business banking, corporate banking, institution, and Islamic banking. Also, the bank provides loans both to its customers and employees. The bank generates its revenue from interest and non-interest income, and the expenses are generated from depreciation, corporate social responsibility, and market risk. The main regulatory authority of the bank is the BOT, the Bank of Tanzania, and the ownership structure of CRDB Bank has divided into several sections, including the 20% is owned by the foreign investors, 21% is owned by Danida Investment, 26% is owned by local institutions, and the remaining 33% is owned by local individuals. I would like to welcome my fellow to continue.
Tanzania's banking industry is growing in more banks, branches, and ATMs. As of March 2024, there are 48 licensed banks led by CRDB, the largest and best performing bank, ranked first in Tanzania and ranked third in Burundi with 16.05 trillion Tanzanian shillings in total assets compared to its peers. CRDB competitive position is highlighted by using the 5 Porter forces as rated. The bargaining power of suppliers is low. The threat of new entrant is average. The threat of substitute is average. The bargaining power of buyer is high, while the industry rivalry is very high. Here comes my fellow to continue.
Continuing with valuation, we made valuation by using 2 methods, which are dividend discount model and relative valuation. On relative valuation, we use the price-to-earning ratio of various competitors of CRDB and is that to the average of 3.0 and lead to the intrinsic value of 584 Tanzanian shillings. On the dividend discount model, we use the beta of 0.22, the discount rate of 10.9%, the risk-free rate of 9.18%, the growth rate of 5.2%, the risk premium of 8.04%, and really to the intrinsic value of 1,624 Tanzanian shillings. After valuation, we made the weighting of those 2 methods, and we get the targeted price of 844 Tanzanian shillings, which represent the upside potential of 26% from the last cross price, which was 670 Tanzanian shillings. Continuing with financial analysis, we made financial analysis by using various key performance indicators, which are return on asset, return on equity, return on capital employed, and cost-to-income ratio. On the return on assets, CRDB continues to make sure that they have efficient use of the asset they own so that they generate profit over each year. On the cost-to-income ratio, the CRDB continues to lower its expenses over a year, and this illustrates that the CRDB has lower expenses and its performance compared to the profit that they generate each year. The other key performance indicators are return on capital employed. The CRDB showed a positive increase on the return on capital employed, which illustrates that the CRDB has efficient and have operations which are efficient to ensure that they generate profit and continue to generate profit over year to year. The other performance indicators is the return on equity. The CRDB continues to show the increase on the return on equity, which illustrates that the CRDB has many loan portfolio and hence result to the increase in interest income. The other performance indicators used were earning per share, dividend per share, and profit after tax, whereby the CRDB showed the increase on those all performance indicators, and hence that they show that the CRDB is a bank that is more profitable and benefitable, so that when the investor invests at CRDB, they will gain more profit and they will benefit from investing and generating more income in CRDB Bank. Let me welcome my fellow to continue with investment risk and ESG.
The CRDB Bank consists of the following risk. The first risk is credit risk. The likelihood of occurrence of this risk is moderate, and its impact in the bank's operation is also moderate. The second risk is the cybersecurity risk. The likelihood of occurrence of this risk is high, and its impact in the bank's operation is also high. The third risk is liquidity risk. The likelihood of occurrence of this risk is high, and its impact in the bank's operation is also high. The fourth risk is compliance risk. The likelihood of occurrence of this risk is high, and its impact in the bank's operation is moderate. The fifth risk is market risk. The likelihood of occurrence of this risk is high, and its impact in the bank's operation is low. Moving to the part of environment, social and governance sustainability. The CRDB Bank has its contribution and continue its daily operation under the principle of environment, social and governance sustainability. On environment sustainability, the CRDB Bank is committed itself to support the climate action after the change in climate by financing renewable energy projects, reducing environment and carbon footprints across its portfolios in all markets, enhancing and increasing its green asset ratio from 7% to 15% in the year 2030 and up to 30% in the year 2050. Also, on the year 2023, the CRDB Bank issued the first green bond, known as Jan Bond, with the aim of funding and financing environmental projects and operation over the 5 years. On social sustainability, the CRDB Bank is committed to the social responsibilities in various ways, including the expansion of access of financial services to promote economic development and social well-being to the youth, women, small and medium enterprises. The CRDB Bank is also committed to facilitate the community development by supporting health and education sectors and other development infrastructures supported by Samia Infrastructure Bond issued on November 2024 with the aim of addressing financing challenges in road infrastructure projects and empowering local contractors. On governance sustainability, the CRDB Bank upholds the highest standard of governance through the implementation of corporate governance standard framework to guide its strategic direction, financial objectives, and risk management to ensure the accountability, transparency, ethical conduct, and safeguarding the interests of stakeholders. The CRDB Bank has also a board of directors consisting of both executive and non-executive directors, whose commitment in the bank is to ensure the adherence and compliance of all bank's operation with applicable rules, regulation, governance standards, and non-binding rules. The bank has also established various committees, such as the Audit Committee, Governance Committee, Human Resource Committee, Credit and Risk Management Committee, with a function of supporting a body in its oversight function. And therefore, we can finally conclude with the potential upside of 26% with a buy recommendation based on a target price of 844 Tanzanian shillings due to the factor that the market price was undervalued, the cost discipline enhanced profitability, and the bank has uniquely positioned itself to capture the market. And then this marks the end of our presentation. Thank you for listening.
Okay, judges, welcome for question and answers.
Thanks for a nice presentation. My question is a layman, suppose, and all I can look is at dividend yield. So how can you advise me whether to go for NMB or CRDB?
Okay. The dividend that is provided at CRDB based on the policies that is made of 35%, whereby they give the dividend based on the earning that they get from the share. And we can recommend for an investor to buy at and invest at CRDB compared to NMB, because the earning that they get CRDB is greater compared to the earning per share that CRDB get is greater than the earning per share that the NMB get.
Hi guys. For me, it's on the risks. I wanted to know why you opted on cybersecurity risk as opposed to technological risk.
Okay. The cybersecurity risk, we can say that the cybersecurity risk is the same as the technological risk as a result of AI. Nowadays, people use AI and they can interfere the system of CRDB and other banks, so that is why we suggest that the cybersecurity risk is the risk that affects the CRDB bank in its performance, and its risk is high.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So, looking at the financial analysis, specifically on the return on asset, all other parameters are growing exponentially except return on asset, and probably it's because of the growth of the asset base. So, how is that sustainable for a bank with such a low return on asset? And is that the reason probably why you have not used price to book value on your relative valuation model? Price to book, you have used the price to earnings. Is that the reason, because of the low return on asset, is that the reason why you have not used the price to book value?
No, firstly, CRDB has the high return on asset, and the return on asset increase over year to year. And the method used was the price to earning ratio, because the earning ratio, the method used was the price to earning ratio. The reason why we use the price to earning ratio is that the price to earning ratio make the comparison of CRDB with its peers. And when we make the comparison of CRDB with its peers, we can get the realistic value of the asset and the realistic value of the share price. That were the main reason of making our financial analysis and valuation.
Okay, I think the judges are done with their questions, so thank you for your presentation. Please have a seat. So I'd like to call team leaders for all the teams. If you can just come down here, sorry. Team leaders. So we'll have a short 10-minute break before we discuss the next round. Thank you. Lucy?
nikigusa biti na shtuka, naona kama hapa na mizuka, na kichwani shati ya chupa. Lazima irudiwe sababu nataka tena. Hili noma limekuna kwenye mtima. Sitaki nishauriwe kwenda nyumbani mapema. Kwanza nipepe, ninaja shughuli mzima. Haya sasa, vidawekea tena, zungusha tena. Vidawekea tena, zungusha tena. Vidawekea tena, zungusha tena. Vidawekea tena, zungusha tena. Piano iyo E, piano iyo A, na biti la LD, banali na noga. Piano iyo E, piano iyo A, na biti la LD, banali na noga. Ebu fata kucheza muni, mwite yule aje akatiki, ashule ndo ateteme, zoa mkono upande ushuke. Twende vimacho wenipe vimacho, ai vimacho vikisa vimacho. Twende vimacho wenipe vimacho, ai vimacho vikisa. Aya, lazima irudiwe sababu nataka tena. Noma limekuna kwenye mtima. Sitaki nishauriwe kwenda nyumbani mapema. Kwanza nipepe, inaja shughuli mzima. Haya sasa, vidawekea tena, zungusha tena. Vidawekea tena, zungusha tena. Vidawekea tena, zungusha tena. Vidawekea tena, zungusha tena. Pablo, ukigusa biti na shtuka, naona kama hapa na mizuka, na kichwani shati cha chupa.
All right.
Sitting on forest radar, as confirmed by famous Pluto. Magnet your bitch like Magneto. Ladies wanna take a photo. Big cash they scatter bololo. Presido don't come yo-yo. Bulldog not they back like bingo. Trespass and see how the thing goes. I'm a problem to the internet. I only smoke class with your cigarettes. Number one nigga man, only money that is ginger man. They say the word too bad and it's too balance. Lose God make a match you with Timbaland. You told me now that you call me Presido. When you fire, never suka. You cut me from my room. You know your picture, my phone. I feel that I'm on the low. You so up now with this pepper. Your leg up with this
All right.
Ololufemi. You know you always on my mind. I think about you every time. Wako sihemi. Ololufemi. You know you always on my mind. I think about you every time. Wako sihemi. Wendo usingizi. Wendo wangu mliwaza. Nazibana masikio. Hakuna kunipumbaza. Natamani nasa. Yangerudi nyuma. Mimi na wewe. Baby, mimi na wewe. Tungefanya zamani. Oh, lolo. Ololufemi. You know you always on my mind. I think about you every time.
I think we're ready to continue. Thank you so much for waiting. We are ready to continue. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have been able to break it down to 4 teams, which will proceed to the next round. And we will start with the first team to the last. So the winning teams are Team 1, Team 5, Team 2. I think I'm missing one, sorry. Team 4. Yes. Team 1, Team 5, 2, and 4. Please, let's clap for the teams. Okay, so just to give you a quick rules before we proceed, we are going to have the second round. So we'll start with the first team. We'll start with Team 1, and we'll ask the other teams that have won to step outside in the waiting area as these ones present. So the presentation will be very brief. Once you're called up here, you have a total of 5 minutes to present, and then 5 minutes for Q&A. In the 5 minutes, we encourage you to go straight to the valuation, unless the judges specifically ask for something different. I hope that has been understood. So we'll start with Team 1. Team 2, 5, and 4, please go wait outside. Team 1. You can open your slides as well, so that if you need to reference them. Can we get some assistance to open the slides?
Sorry, madam.
Sorry, the technical team. Our PowerPoint presentation are not displayed here. We grounded a buy recommendation of Tanzania shilling 668 with an upside of 45% from the latest 12%, from the latest 31st December 2023. Our recommendation was based on 3 valuation models. The free cash flow, the relative valuation, as well as the dividend discounted model. So I would like to welcome my fellow to take you through it.
Thank you once again. The valuation was undertaken using three methods of valuation, being dividend discounted mode, relative valuation, and free cash flow, with weights of 50% in dividend discounted mode, 30% in relative valuation, and 20% in free cash flow. The valuation, we use dividend discounted mode since it focuses on predictable dividends. That is the key valuation on the banking. While we use relative valuation and we weight it at 30% because it focuses on market comparison, but it lacks focuses on intrinsic values. Again, we use discounted cash flows because we wanted to understand the cash flows of the CRDB companies, to understand its liquidity position, so as investors can understand how the liquidity position of the CRDB bank can be in the coming years. Thank you. Now, having weighting the values we obtained from those methods, we came up with the prices. We came up with 12-month targeted price of Tanzania shilling 668, being an upside of 45% from the last price from the closing price of 20,028 and 23. Thank you.
Okay, to conclude it, in a nutshell, CRDB Bank is more just a financial institution CRDB Bank is more than that. CRDB is a driver and a pioneer of economic growth, digital transformation, and the shareholder value creation. As you see, our analysis is strongly reaffirm our buy recommendation of targeted price of Tanzania shillings 668 with the upside value of 45%. This is our confidence is due to the CRDB key factors such as digitalization and the value creation business model, competitive positioning, and the trademark awareness. Thank you.
Sorry, if time allows, can they also retouch on the financial analysis? If they still have time.
So you have 2 minutes, about 2 minutes left. 1.5. Please proceed.
Okay, our recommendation was also influenced by the group financial performance, in which we focus typically on 3 main areas: on the profitability part, which we consider the 3 metrics: the net interest margin, the return on equity, as well as the profit after tax. And all have been seen to be increasing and also good in the past years from 2019. Okay. I will take it through on the asset quality. Okay, CRDB Group has demonstrated a strong asset quality through its loan and performing loans, which have been decreasing over the past years from 2019 and up to recent. And also we forecasted also in the future it will also be decreasing. This signals to investors that the bank is well managed and is less likely to suffer significant losses also in the future, making it a buy recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. They had about 15 seconds, but we can proceed to the Q&A. If there's anything specific that you'd like to see, we have 5 more minutes for the team.
I have a few questions on valuation. Can you go back on the slide here? Valuation, yes. So on your relative valuation, you've considered only 2 peers, NMB and KCB. And looking at these 2 peers, KCB operates, I think, across 6 or 5 geographies: Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and South Sudan, while NMB operates only in Tanzania, and at the same time CRDB operates across 3 markets. Given the differences in terms of geographic coverage and exposure to macroeconomic risks, how do you account for the differences in geographic risk in your valuation?
Okay, we consider these 2 banks as the peers in comparison to CRDB Group, because as we see, the KCB operates East Africa, in which also CRDB Group has incorporated some of the subsidiaries in some of the countries, such as DRC, Congo, as well as Burundi, making it a comparison with the similar performance with the CRDB Group. And also, on the part on NMB, we consider that CRDB Group operates in Tanzania, and on the part of Tanzania, NMB also has, it's not exactly, but also the similar performance is competing with the CRDB. Because in other banks which are listed in the DSE, such as there is Mariam Nyerere, there is Mkombozi, but their performance, we didn't take those banks because their performance cannot be made in comparison to the CRDB Group. So we considered the KCB in part of East Africa operating, and also NMB in part on Tanzania.
So I have like 2 questions. The first one is, Just want to confirm, did you use WACC as a discount factor in discounting dividends? That's number one. And number two, what are your assumptions behind 19.42 as a sustainable growth rate?
Okay, thank you for the question. We considered the WACC, the weighted cost of capital, with using the dividend growth model. We used the desired growth rate of 35%, dividend declared in 2023 as the initial dividend, and the dividend per share of 50 Tanzania shilling as the dividends declared per each shares in the 2023.
So do you mean that cost of equity is the same as WACC?
I'm sorry, let me come again.
Do you mean that the cost of equity, which there I put is now 45.87, that is it the same as WACC, the weighted average cost of capital?
Yes, the weighted average cost of capital, we obtained it using the one method known as dividend growth model.
So 45.87, that's what? Can you confirm?
Yes, from the calculation we had, I can do it.
Okay.
On our assumption, we only consider the cost of equity and we leave the cost of debt. We just only consider the cost of equity, so we concluded that because we remain that the cost of debt was constant, then we consider the cost of equity as WACC.
All right, and just to add on, what has informed 68% discount factor?
Thank you. 68% discounted factor was obtained from the discount factor method. Discount factor formula, that is 1 over cost of capital, 1 plus cost of capital. Now we had cost of capital for 46%. Now adding to 1, then 1 over the answer we obtained, we get the 68% at the cost of
So do you confirm that only cost of capital is the variable that has affected your evaluation all across?
Sorry, you're going to finish that last question, then your time is up.
Sorry, sir. Can you come again with a question?
Asking, do you confirm that only cost of equity, but to be specific, cost of equity is the parameter that has informed your evaluation, that affected your evaluation all across?
Yes, we only use the cost of equity, while the others, cost of debt, we keep it constant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You may have a seat. Is Team 8 in the room? Team 8. Okay, so a quick point of clarification. There's one more team that is meant to be entering, and that will be Team 8. So if you can please step up and do your presentation for 5 minutes. Team 8. So as you're setting up, you have 5 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A.
Okay, good afternoon once again. Here is Team 8. We initiate a coverage on CRDB representing an upside of 26% with a buying recommendation basing on a target price of 844 Tanzanian shillings. I would like to welcome Michael to continue with valuation and financial analysis.
On part of valuation, we use two methods to make valuation, which is relative valuation and the dividend discount model. On relative valuation, we find the price to earning ratio of peers averaging, and we get it 3.0, which is that was the intrinsic value of 584 Tanzanian shillings, whereby NMB had 4.3 price to earning, DTB had 2.5, KCB had 1.4, and NCBA had 3.8. The other method which were used there was dividend discount model, whereby we used the beta of 0.22, the discount rate used were 10.9, and the risk-free rate were 9.18, and the gross rate was 5.2, and the risk premium used was 8.04, and is that to the intrinsic value of 1,624 Tanzanian shillings. And after there, we made the weighting of those methods, whereby we used the 25% on the price to earning, and we used 75% on the dividend discount model. And that led to the target price of 844 Tanzanian shillings, which represent the upside potential of 26% from the last close price, which was 670 Tanzanian shillings. That was on valuation.
You still have time. You could go on to present your financial analysis and other assumptions.
Okay. On financial analysis, we use the various key performance indicators to measure the performance of the CRDB Bank, whereby we use the return on asset, the return on equity, the return on capital employed, and cost to income ratio. The CRDB showed the decrease in cost to income ratio, as shown there in the graph, which illustrates that the CRDB continued to lower its expenses over year to year, and this showed that the CRDB Bank has lower expenses compared to the income that they generate each year. On the return on asset, the CRDB showed the increase on return on asset, as shown there. It showed the increase in percentage over year to year from the actual data and the forecasted information, and this illustrates that the CRDB had the efficient use of the asset that they own, and they use effective the asset they own to generate profit. The other indicators, the other key performance indicators there was the return on equity. The return on equity also on CRDB showed the positive increase of year to year, which illustrates that the CRDB, has expanded its loan portfolio, and on the expansion of their loan portfolio, they result to the increase in income resulted from the interest that they get from the loan. The Other key performance indicators used was the return on capital employed. The CRDB showed the increase on return on capital employed, which illustrates also that the CRDB has efficient operation, and this showed the increase over year to year, and hence show that the CRDB is a benefitable and a profitable company for an investor to invest on.
Okay, time is up. Judges, Q&A.
Thank you, Team 8. Just a quick one. Based on the targeted price of 844, what are the key economic and operational drivers that you think will facilitate this growth?
The key macroeconomic variable that will initiate the growth is GDP. As we see, the GDP is increasing. It is estimated as the second quarter of 2024, GDP will increase by 5.4%. This will make the positively increasing in the value of share, going up to
the other factor was the interest rate. We look also on the inflation, and also all those affected the targeted price and lead to the targeted price of 844 Tanzanian shillings, whereby on the interest rate, the BOT, which is the regulator of the CRDB Bank, has the percentage that had been set on the banking system, and each bank have limit on the interest. So that were the factors which were considered there: the interest rate, inflation, and.
Okay, go back to the valuation part. Where did valuation analysis? There. The next one. I noted that the discount rate is 10.9%, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell us how did you get that discount rate? Where did you get it?
We compute CAPM. We use the CAPM to compute the discount rate, whereby the information which were recorded on the formula there was the risk-free rate, which was there 9.18, the market risk premium of 0.80.04%, and this discount rate here, and the beta of 0.22. So when we compute by using those information, we will get the discount rate of 10.9%. And the CAPM that we get, or we can say the cost of equity, we use it at the discount rate.
Okay, thank you.
You have a beta of 0.22. What does it mean, and how did you get it?
This beta of 2.22 measure the volatility of the share of CRDB Bank. At 0.22 mean that the share is less volatile, and we see the less volatile. That's what it means.
Is it what happening in the market? Is it not moving at all?
It can move over time, but
historically, has it been stagnant or is it moving with time? And how can you justify the 0.22 if it has been evolving over time?
we can say that the beta used there is 0.22, and we generated it from various sources, like the Modaran display the beta, and also other sources also display the beta. And the beta illustrates that there is volatility, and it showed the changes over years, but the current beta is 0.22.
Time is up. Thank you very much. You may have a seat. Can we please have the next team, Team 4? Welcome. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are group number 4. We are going to present about the financial valuation. But before, we are going to start with the financial analysis, which will link up together with the financial valuation. I welcome my colleague to proceed with the financial analysis.
On the financial analysis, we applied 4 key metrics, starting with the revenue after tax, profit after tax, that is the revenue, in which it has shown a significant growth from 268 millions in 2021 up to 423 billions in 2024, expected even to grow further to 665 billions in 2027, showing the ability to generate revenue from the investment. Dividend per share and return on equity, DPS, has grown from 36 shillings and 22% in 2021 up to 50 shillings and 26.7% in 2023, expected to grow further to 91 shillings and 32.09% in 2027, showing the ability to reward shareholders and also the return on the equity investment. On the total assets, grown from 8.8 in 2021 up to 13.3, from 8.8 billions in 2021 up to 13.3 billions in 2023. And we expect it to surge further from the forecast to 22.025 billions in 2027. Their total asset management is even high by considering their non-performing loans. I welcome my colleague to continue on company valuation.
On company valuation, we employed 2 valuation methods, which is a dividend discount model with the cost of equity of 10.95%, a risk-free rate of 9.18% for 5-year treasury bond, and a beta coefficient of 0.22. We arrived to an intrinsic value of TZS 1,407.84. But with the relative valuation model under the price-to-earning ratio, with the price-to-earning ratio of the peers within the industry of 3.8 times, and earning per share, forecasted earning per share of CRDB for 2024, we arrived to the TZS of 223. No, sorry. With the earning price per share forecasted for CRDB for 2024 of TZS 223, we arrived to an intrinsic value of TZS 847.4. By equating of these two approaches, we arrived to the target price of 1,127.62, which indicates a potential upside of the share by 80%. The key reason behind in the application of these two approaches and a dividend discount model, due to the bank ability and good track of paying dividend to the shareholders, it is more relevant to use this dividend discount model whereby the CRDB Bank has the dividend policy of paying up to 35% of dividend to each year, and has been doing so good. As well as under the relative mode and the price to earning ratio, the key reason is it was just to link up the sector performance with the specific CRDB bank performance. Thank you.
Judges, please. Questions, or if you have a part you want them to go back to, they have about a minute left.
Can you go back to the ESG part?
ESG.
ESG. I think maybe you can present slide. I think there's one.
Okay. CRDB has. Okay. CRDB has a sustainability which based on two key areas, which is ESG and climatic finance. Whereas in environmental, ESG has a strategy of conserving environment by reducing 10% of carbon emission by 2030, also reducing 10% of paperwork by 2025. Also, it has to attain about 20% of renewable electricity by 2030. This is being achieved as they issued the Kijani bond, which cost about 100.
Okay.
Thank you. Please, judges, 5 minutes for question and answers.
Let's go back to valuation, then we'll come back on this slide. Valuation, sorry. Okay, so you have chosen two valuation methodology, DDM and price to earning. The prices, the values are a bit far from one another. How do you reconcile the differences in value, and what do you think causes the price to deviate from one another?
Okay, thank you. The two approaches under dividend discount model, mostly we use the cost of equity to discount the dividend payment, on which leads us to arrive at this intrinsic value. The big difference can be just from under the price to earning ratio. We do consider the performance of all banking sector performance, and not the specific subject company, whereby in the banking sector, specifically in Tanzania, as you can see, only two banks, they have intense competition, they are performing good, just is between CRDB and NMB. With the consideration of the price to earning ratio of the peers for the whole sector, that's why gave us the difference, a huge difference of intrinsic value of 147 comparable to the specific performance of the CRDB, which performs most better than other banks like Mkombozi and so forth in the industry.
On top of that, I think the reconciliation mostly comes with the weighting of where we provided equal weighting, therefore balancing the difference between the models applied.
On the valuation, on the DDM model, you mentioned terminal value and you highlighted a figure. Can you take us through how you reached at that terminal value, or if you have any workings on how you reached at that terminal value, if we can see that?
On the terminal value, based on the forecasted dividends, the terminal value was arrived from the forecasting from 2024 up to 2027. That's where we calculated the terminal value. Unfortunately, we can't provide the forecast, but it was determined from the forecasts.
On top of that, on the forecast we made through Excel with the assumption of just it's an exponential growth of the dividend of the distributable income and dividend year over year. Simply to arrive to a terminal value, you discount the forecasted dividend payment of 2027 to the present value, whereby you will arrive to this one. Thank you.
Since there are no calculation, I think I won't have much to say, but what growth rate did you use on your terminal value calculations? As I understand, you didn't use just discount rate. You had also to include sustainable growth rate, right?
The growth rate, of course, applied. It was 5.2%, whereby we considered the GDP.
Yes, sorry. So, particularly, why did you choose price to earning ratio and not price to book ratio? And in one of your financial analysis, you have shown us that CRDB strongest proposition is on the assets, and it will grow up to 22 trillion. I'll ask you how will the bank funds the assets growth, but onto this, how specifically did you choose price to earning and chose to ignore price to book ratio?
Okay, thank you. The key reason behind, under dividend discount model, we do specifically trace the performance of the specific company by looking on the performance of distributable income, which will lead us to the dividend payment, whereby under the consumption or usage of CRDB dividend policy of paying up to 35%, we can derive the dividend payment from.
I'm referring to the relative model.
Yes,
valuation model.
Yes, I'm coming to. By seeing that dividend discount model traces the performance specific of the CRDB, the usage of book value, it will lead us to trace more the performance of the CRDB, on which both two methods, if we have applied the book value, we would consider on the specific performance of the CRDB as a subject company. So we decided to just to use price to earning for the industrial performance, just to look how generally the industry does perform, on which the CRDB bank operates within the banking sector. And that's why we tried to just to harmonize the CRDB's performance regarding to the peers within the industry.
Time. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Please have a seat. Can we please call team number 5? have 5 minutes for your presentation, and then 5 minutes for Q&A with the judges.
We cannot see our reporter. We value the share of CRDB Bank Group by using the financial analysis as well as valuation. The revenue of the group keeps on improving from the year to year, and this is due to the product diversification, the innovation, as well as the cross-selling of the CRDB Group product and services to the different customers group. We utilize the number of assumptions such as the maintained trend in the historical data, as well as the trend in the macroeconomic factors such as the GDP trend, inflation, as well as the interest rate. As a result, we projected the earning before interest and tax to be 1,444 billion by the year 2027, with a compound annual growth of 26.67, comparable to 24.32% from the year 2021 to the year 2023. The group also recorded the profit after tax of 423 billion by the year 2023, comparable to 351 billion by the year 2022. This marks an increase of 20%. And also during the year 2023, the group recorded the highest profit to be recorded in the bank history. Of this value, 6% was contributed by the CRDB Group subsidiaries. Also, CRDB Bank has the asset with high quality. The quality of the CRDB Bank asset is justified by the strengths on commitment of reducing the non-performing loan and dealing effectively with the risk associated with the credit. As during the year 2023, the group recorded the reduction in non-performing loan to 2.8%.
Anchoring at valuation, we use two valuation models to value CRDB, and these are relative valuation multiple and dividend discount model. Starting with relative valuation multiple, we valued CRDB with respect to its competitors using a price-to-book value of 808 Tanzanian shillings, and we estimated the peers average to be 0.6 times, and we multiplied the peers average of 0.6 times with the price-to-book value of 808 Tanzanian shillings, and arrived at a value of 484 Tanzanian shillings.
Using the dividend discount model, we used a discount rate of 10.9%, which was used to discount the expected dividend to be paid within the upcoming 4 years. This rate was obtained by using the capital asset pricing model, in which we used the beta of 0.22, risk-free rate of 9.18, which is the risk-free rate of the most traded government bond over 5 years, and also using the market risk premium of 8.05%, while utilizing the annual growth rate of 5%, which reflects the sustainable long-term development of CRDB, aligning with the GDP trends of 5.2%. Using all these factors, we reached as an intrinsic value of 1,268 Tanzanian shillings,
And applying equal weights to both models, we reached at a target price of 876 Tanzanian shillings with an upward potential of 30.7%.
Okay, they have about 1.5 minutes. Is there any specific area you'd like them to refer to, judges, before you get to their questions, or you can just go directly to your questions?
Thank you, Team 5. Just an understanding. You have projected a 23% growth in the total assets by 2027. What is your justification for this projection?
This 23% was not projected. Actually, it was the actual asset, total asset in the year 2021.
Based on your chart there, the red color, 2027 forecast is 23%. So that is what my question was.
Okay. We projected the total asset to be 23% by the year 2027 due to the fact that the most asset that bank rely on are the deposit together with the loans from the customers, the loan from the customers. As a result, we utilize the assumptions such as the maintained trend in the growth of this asset, and also we utilized also the impact of the macroeconomic factors such as the GDP trend as well as the inflation, which could affect even the purchasing power of the consumers who are the customers. As a result, we came up with this projected total asset of 23% by the year 2027.
Good afternoon, Team 5. Mine is on valuation. Why did you guys opt for the price to book ratio as opposed to the price to earning ratio?
Okay, thank you. We opted for price to book value ratio because of the balance sheets reflect the economic reality. As you see in CRDB working in banking sector, the most asset of the bank is loans and security. This changes with the market. So the balance sheet shows the adjustment, the fair price of this asset. And the second factor is consistency. Compared to price to earning ratio, price to earning ratio is subject to changes, while the book value is stable compared to it. Thank you.
Yes, on the evaluation, can you go to the comparable entities? Yes, so looking into that, how are the political tensions to the markets under which CRDB operates, let's say DRC and Burundi, so the regional geopolitical tensions that could have actually affected the comparative relative valuation in that case?
Actually, the political tension could have the negative impact to the valuation that we have done here, and this is specifically under this competing bank which operate in the country like DRC. As we see there is issue of wars which could affect negative the valuation under which we have conducted.
In addition to that, as per the annual report of 2023 of CRDB, we obtained that in CRDB Congo, they incurred a loss during the year 2023. But this doesn't mean that CRDB does not perform well. With the investment and the growth strategies that CRDB are investing in, we are expecting a future revenue generation so that it can come and set off the expenses which are caused by the political issues, and hence it can make some profit.
Additional question, more for a follow-up on the same issue that several judges asked. How do you account for such geopolitical risk in your evaluation?
You have 1 minute left.
Okay, sorry, pardon the question.
How do you account for geopolitical risks in your evaluation?
Okay, geopolitical risk has a negative impact and a positive impact. Talking about a positive impact, CRDB is a bank which is a trade-off between growth, prosperity, and making profit. But CRDB has opted to go into growth, prosperity. Therefore, the geographical coverage of diversification of CRDB in communities, in rural communities, will affect positively the growth of CRDB Bank. That means that the number of deposits due to number of higher customer will increase, and also the interest due to customer deposits and the savings will also increase. Negative impact is
the political issue also could affect negatively the valuation due to the fact that, for example, taking an example in the DRC, there is war. If that's the case now, we are expecting maybe the macroeconomic factors such as inflation as well as the interest rate to increase. As a result, the increase in the interest rate could affect the customers' purchasing power. As a result, also they could no longer opt to get loan from banks. As a result, deposit as well as the loans will decline.
Time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you for your questions. Please have a seat. And now we'd like to call the last and final team, Team 2. Thank you. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We proceed with our valuation analysis. We have calculated the target price of Tanzania shilling 725, 8.1% upside to the close of TZS 670 from the last date of close, that is 31st December 2024. From the net growth, trend shows a compound annual growth rate of 16% from 2019 to 2028 as our historical perspective to the forecasted. Then we use three models that are relative valuation, which we selected two geographical and listed peers set that are NMB Bank and Maendeleo Bank. We approach to application of historical premium or discount versus median approaches. We can see later on the graphs. Also, we have dividend discounted model and discounted cash flow, as we see there. That we are forecasted a WACC of 17.21% and a target growth rate of 5% in a constant dividend model and constant discount factor on free cash flow. Next to the future free cash flow, it shows a trend line from 2024 to 2028, whereas it shows an additional of 622 billion TZS of 5 years of compound annual growth rate by 51.6%. Also, forecasted dividend cash flow, which have shows the positive trend from 2024 to 2028, inclusive of earning per share, dividend per share, with a 28 TZS positively, with a 5-year compound annual growth rate of 9.99%. Also, we use price to book ratio compared with two peers that are NMB Bank and Maendeleo Bank from the CRDB Bank, and we can see here CRDB has a undervalued trend from 2019 to 2023. And hereby, in our valuation analysis, we have reached a target price of 725 TZS. Moving to financial analysis, here are the key revenue drivers that are interest income from loans and advances. There is non-interest income that are fees, commission, and forex services. Also, there is digital banking growth, VI, SIM banking, and USSD, and other like agents banking. Also, we have economic growth reflected by the GDP growth of the country of Tanzania, and inflation rate that can be seen in later slides. Also, we can see here a revenue breakdown pie chart by 2023. We can see interest income generate or donate 70% to the total revenue of the CRDB Bank. Also, when we're seeing EBITDA margin and return on equity influencing buying as a profitability to the investors seek to see the company has efficiency and profitability to its income or to its money invested into the business. Seeing EBITDA margin from 2019 to 2026 with a 6 years compound annual growth rate of 10%, with also return on equity, we can see here with a 6 year of compound annual growth rate of 13.2%, with addition of 12% from 2019 to 2024, that has hit of 26%. Goes to the next influence, dividend distribution and earning per share. We can see there is two separate sides which reflected by historical and forecasted, as whereby earning per share shows a positive trend from 2019 to 2028 with a compound annual growth rate of 28.1%, about 10 years, and dividend per share also shows a positive trend with a compound annual growth rate of 21.2% by 10 years. In a historical and forecasted overview, with a total change from earning per share from 2019 to 2028, it shows 382.5 TZS, but also in dividend per share from 2019 to 2028, it shows
time is up.
Thank you. We recommend a buy. Welcome for questions.
Time is up. Judges, five minutes for Q&A.
Let's go back on valuation slide. Okay, one quick question. I think it's almost the same. You've considered NMB and Maendeleo as your listed peers to compare with CRDB. But if you look at the fundamentals and operation-wise, Maendeleo is way too smaller compared to CRDB and NMB. So can you provide us the reason why you've included Maendeleo and not the likes of maybe Mkombozi, DCB, Equit, or KCB, which have more large operation compared to Maendeleo?
As you said, DCB in 2023 has got a loss that we cannot use here, but Maendeleo Bank, we use it, but in this method, relative valuation, we give it a lower weight average because it can result to an inaccuracy of some market peers, and due to some inconvenience to including many firms that has no trend of growth within 5 years.
To add up, we chose Maendeleo Bank because in the last slide you said investment risk, threats of new rivalry. Maendeleo Bank, though it's small, it's growing. We remember CRDB was also growing. So if the threats of new rivalry, we need to consider also small sectors such as Maendeleo Bank, because you need to consider also your competitors, either large competitors and also small competitors. Both of you are competing.
My question is on financial forecasting and modeling. How did you forecast loans and advances for the next 5 years?
We have forecasted loan and advances using a GDP growth rate, as we can see on our appendix map on assumption, performance assumption. Here, loan advances and overdraft is from loan book size is projected based on the GDP growth rate set by IMF for private sector loans. Projection of CRDB book loan size is anticipated to grow by 30% of the forecasted private sector loan amount. Am I clear?
And what's the loan to GDP ratio in Tanzania?
Loan?
The current loan to GDP ratio.
Loan to GDP ratio.
Mm-hmm.
Can you repeat your question? Sorry.
What's the current loan to GDP ratio in Tanzania?
Loan to
Or maybe based on the last banking sector report, right?
I think we have a direct answer right now, but can you?
1 minute.
So just to get a confirmation, are you still convinced that the free cash flow to the firm is the right measure for a banking business?
Exactly.
Can you go to the cash flow, to that slide that was showing FCF?
Free cash flow.
You showed in 2024 you will be having a negative of around 149. I would want to understand why, what triggered that, and in 2027 the future free cash flow was going down. Why?
Here we expect that, according to CRDB annual report, there is a business strategy that they are expected to increase their market size by increasing the subsidiaries at Sudani, and so we have forecasted that there is a huge capex that will occur there to establish other subsidiaries that we consider in that way.
Okay, 2024, why is it negative?
2024, because of the loss of the CRDB Bank in Congo, we forecast a trend will result to establishment of other branches in Congo, so many of capital expenditure will be spent.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Thank you for your presentations. Please take a seat as we take a short break. 5 minutes. Okay, I think we are ready to break. So just to give you a quick brief of the rest of the program, we'll break for lunch for 30 minutes, and then we'll come and complete the final round where the best two will be announced, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the challenge. To the rest of the participants, thank you for participating. I hope this has not made you feel any type of way. But congratulations for participating, and now let's all just break for lunch, starting with the judges. So 30 minutes. We'll break for 30 minutes.
Genie X66.
Je, wasage vimachona zake lips kumpata so rahisi, yani kweli Mungu umenibariki mimi, umenibariki na kabla ya hii gift ukatufanya marafiki. na sio nyumba wala raha tu zimenizidi, sio mambo mitana, penzi mwenye na faidi, unalishwa na dada na kumbatwa kwa baridi, usinione na maa na tuzwa na bibi. Matikiti kudondoka, matikiti kudondokea, marafiki waninyoka, hivyo chunga wanayongea, kande kande nikichoka, so narudi unanipokea, kuna mwezi ulipotoka, mambo chunga jani tamu kipya kijiti, kilamba unacheka, na kibaridi hiki ndio sesheni ya tandoa ya mkeka, penzi halishikiki, inavyotetemesha jamani, situfunge muziki, nikonyeshe jinsi navyocheza, mina maposta mimi, maposta mimi, 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 mina maposta mimi, maposta mimi.
Niye salama na mzima, sina tausemi yada, umenishika kwa mtima, pumzi sihemi yada, penzi si madeni nchina, halina gautemi yada, nyingi dua amina, ololufemi yada, tumeipamba nyumba kwa tabasamu, macho fumbo alfumba, uniishi hamu, wanaongea pumba, twafunze nidhamu, kwa moyo upo mchumba, hadi kwenye damu, nguvu sina, da, 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 umenimaliza, da, 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 akili kabisa ya data, da, 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 umeniweza mpenzi, da, 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 da,
Niko tabani, toto ni mkali kabisa, mentali kanikalisha, mapenzi yamenishika over me, motoni utanipeleka mwenzako na nengene kadisi unavyoserereka over me, kwenye friji shika ubaridi ukitulize, tembea na pepo pepo mbaya tuupulize, sipa kupanga nyumba yako wasiulize, chana na DMs kakuna swali niulize, mimi na speed mama so weda tekilize, ini asali na lido na nyuki msikatize, nikiwa mbali wetu mapicha nijimalize, nile nishibe kasema mama nisibakize.
You are not the bestie, we are not the bestie, which is the best thing, sini marafiki mabestie, wamebaki na eti, Johnny my love na kupeti peti, eti, nyama yangu shida nini kuimarineti, kileleni baby girl be my guestie, makini experience, shows and joe, maneno mapya sina, siasa kwenye mapenza inati na vina, I say, kama jichori na witaji kopya, I say, ifilisika isia njoni kopya, I say, sina riba, kitobo ni kazi yangu kuziba.
da, 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 umenimaliza, da, 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 akili kabisa ya data, da, 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 umeniweza mpenzi, da, 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 da.
Kikutazama machoni naona makopa kopa, nalegeza sauti tasema sikufoka foka, wanaotusema na waitia mamangu adija kopa, na tamu yako nakupa popote unapotaka, sema leo nataka kwenye bathroom au hayat, twende zetu tuka book room, nakupa 3D wengine wanaendelea kuzoom, mixa kitu cha chuga kicha kipande boom, the way you touch my neck, touch my back, touch my boo, don't ever wanna look back, all my exes will be mad at you, boo, unavyonifanya sitojali ukiona side chick, kinibandua sibanduki uendelea tu, mwambie mwenzangu waelewe mi ndo main chick, na ukipenda mlete tu mle wote tu.
Tukianza siachi katikati niko na itikadi mwisho, mindset on air dina pati slipo, shona kupea free na sitaji dipo, chamge yoni damaliza vichito, bank na mikupatia mado badai, stanza mi huwa za mapos walai, close your eyes and let me hold your thighs, it ain't no surprise, I never told you lies, yeah, cause black men don't cheat, and if it happened it was back then, don't speak, and don't even bring it up, you right to side D10, and dark princess that organize your ID,
Linabana lina taiti, sijawahi pata penzi la hivi. Ili kitu kutoka sio rahisi, hata kuzama pia sio rahisi. Nahisi nimekolea sana, kweli hivi sio kawaida. Maana wewe hujaachia mwanya, umeniteka umeniba. Ndoto zangu toka zamani, kupata mtu kama wewe. Nilale lale kifuani, kichwani anitawale. Ndoto zangu toka zamani, kupata mtu kama wewe. Atainipa burudani hivi. Oh baby, honey, nasikia baridi mimi. 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 Na hapa nilipo nipo kileleni, kama Kilimanjaro. Napenda unavyonipa vitu laini, nachizika na ulio nayo. Baby kuwa nawe nasikia raha, kukubata nasikia raha. Si unajua unavyonikuna, usiniache nitakesha baa. Ndoto zangu toka zamani, kupata mtu kama wewe. Nilale lale kifuani, kichwani anitawale. Ndoto zangu toka zamani, kupata mtu kama wewe. Atainipa burudani hivi. Oh baby, honey, nasikia baridi mimi. Oh baby, honey, nasikia baridi mimi. Oh baby, honey, nasikia baridi mimi. Oh baby, honey, nasikia baridi mimi.
Mr. Vibes on Vibes. Mon chéri, je t'aime beaucoup. Penzi lako ulinipendeza. Mon chéri, kama uchawi upo, mganga wako funika sasa. Mwavuli wangu, moyo umeufunika. Kiboko yangu, unajua pa kunishika. Kama mapenzi vilevile, nakolani washene mwe. Shakupa moyo na mwili, uwe wako uchukue. Pokea zawadi ya upendo wangu. Pokea zawadi ya upendo wangu.
Masheri, ni unjia baridi wenikomea. Iyo kama kini, macho yangu yehuhora hufumbaria. Zidishe sana, bawe hunilisihiniki kazana. Kama mapenzi pilipili, nakolani washena kutwe. Shakupa moyo na mwili, uwe wako chukue.
Zawadi ya upendo
na hata nikiumwa wendo na nitibu wangu daktari. Kukupenda ni wajibu, nisiulizwe maswali. Baby nipe taratibu, uwa utamu wa asali. Kukupenda ni wajibu, nisiulizwe nono. Kwako ntang'ang'ana, tang'ang'ana nawe. Kwako ntang'ang'ana, tang'ang'ana nawe. Kwako ntang'ang'ana tu, tang'ang'ana nawe. Kwako ntang'ang'ana, tang'ang'ana nawe. Sababu I love you. Yeah, I love you. Naanzaje kukuchiti na kifata kipi? Hakuna jipya duniani, nishafanya utafiti. Tena umewaacha mbale ulipowe awafiki. Maombi yangu toka kale, nimepata rafiki. Na hata nikiumwa wendo na nitibu wangu daktari. Kukupenda ni wajibu, nisiulizwe maswali. Baby nipe taratibu, uwa utamu wa asali. Kukupenda ni wajibu, nisiulizwe nono. Kwako ntang'ang'ana, tang'ang'ana nawe. Kwako ntang'ang'ana, tang'ang'ana nawe. Kwako ntang'ang'ana, tang'ang'ana nawe. Kwako ntang'ang'ana, tang'ang'ana nawe. Sababu I love you. Yeah, I love you.
Amo bebe, amo bebe, nimetosheka, nimeridhika nawe. Amo bebe, amore de, umeniteka, umenishika swe. Amo bebe, ni kama nimeona bala mwezi mchana nikikutazama, maana mzuri sana tena twaendana. Kanifata mi nikawakata, washa kufata we ukawakata. Lala mi nawe, lala mi nawe, lala mi nawe, lala mi nawe.
Oh yeah, leo nakemea mapepo ya kutamani tamani vihela vyao. Nakemea pepo ya kutamani tamani vishapo vyao. Mara ngapi baby minalia unanibembeleza, wewe mwenyewe unalia na kubembeleza mimi mwenyewe. Wao hawajui watu waje. Tafadhali moyo wangu nipunguzie utamu taratibu, moyo wangu nipunguzie utamu. Washanifata mi nikawakata,
tuna hema, mapenzi yanachosha yanafuja raha. Nafsi yangu inasema bora nimpende tu aloniza. Uchungu wa kulia daily, mapenzi alinifanya nisile, sina kumbukumbu ile kwamba ulinikosha no. Uchungu wa kulia daily, mapenzi alinifanya nisile, sina kumbukumbu ile kwamba ulinikosha no. Mwenzako mimi nilikufa, nikazikwa, nikaoza. Mapenzi yalinitesa, yalinitupa, nimefufuka, yeah. Mimi nilikufa, nikazikwa, nikaoza. Mapenzi yalinitesa, nimefufuka, yeah.
Follow DJ Shinsky on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok at DJ Shinsky. Subscribe on YouTube at DJ Shinsky for more mixes.
Skiza kwanza wedada, wedada. Msongeni alishanikaba, mapenzi yalinikausha. Natamani kuwa single, ila na upwiru unakabako. Mabinti wenye vifundo, hao ndio mi wananitoa roho. Nasiri tu ya jambo lile, ni kama chakula lazima nile. Mi mbovu sana jambo lile, na ufundi wa kutosha. Nasiri yake tu jambo lile, ni kama chakula lazima nile. Mi mbovu sana jambo lile, na ufundi wa kutosha. Mwenzako mimi nilikufa, nikazikwa, nikaoza. Mapenzi yalinitesa, yalinitupa, nimefufuka, yeah. Nilikufa, nikazikwa, nikaoza. Mapenzi yalinitesa, nimefufuka.
Mungu alonipa ukilema, wezi ninyime mwendo. Asikupanga menibidi kulivua pendo. Maana mwanzo nilidhani utabadilika. Of course hakuna aliyekamilika. Sama siku miaka imekatika, nachukia kujiona nikilalamika. Mola ugaridaga kwenye amani, kuliko walinyama vitani. Mateso vitimbi kurupushani, kama unanyora kichwa shingo nani. Bora ugaridaga kwenye amani, kuliko walinyama vitani. Mateso vitimbi kurupushani, kama unanyora kichwa shingo nani. Misipendi dharau, manyanyaso, dharau, masimamo, dharau, manyanyaso, siwezi, siwezi, dharau, manyanyaso, dharau, masimamo, dharau, manyanyaso, siwezi, siwezi. Mimi nilizulumu nafsi kujikirihisha, nikiamini mimi mtu wa mtu. Kumbe bora ningechukuchuku, ningefanya utukutuku. Moyo ndo ulikupa nafasi, cha kusikitisha na chambulia maumivu tupu. Bora ningechukuchuku, ama ningeomba wakifanye supu. Kwako ni kwenye ndo sina, nikijua you're my destiny. Sina kumtunzia heshima, kama hata wewe nitashindwa kukuthamini. Ni kweli utakwenda mazima, japo itakuwa ngumu kuamini. Nitamisi michezo ya Mama Amina, ya kucheza kwa kuburusa ulimi, yeah. Mapenzi ulionipa wewe, wala nisikutamani mwingine wewe wa kiapo. Mwenzangu umebadilika wewe, japo mimi nakupa kila utakacho. Bora ugaridaga kwenye amani, kuliko walinyama vitani. Mateso vitimbi, ndo maana twenda ni wewe. Dharau, manyanyaso, dharau, masimamo, dharau, manyanyaso, siwezi, siwezi, dharau, manyanyaso, dharau, masimamo, dharau,
penzi letu ni kama suna, naulizi kama suma, hata akinuna bado napendeza mchumba, mkimwona ananichuna msinione huruma, chaptuliwa na mtu utu yake chuma, basi mwambeni nampenda. Sawa, 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 mwambeni nampenda. Yes, sawa, right, sawa, sawa. Nikamate usimbwage, baby let me be romantic, hard to judge, we don't mind them. Navuta picha ulivyo ticha, mambo joro joro, mama bonita bure momoro. Nakuja baby nakuja, allow me baby nakuja, nakuja baby nakuja, allow me baby nakuja. Kama ajali bie wako nyang'anyang'a, uodari utafanya nilie wakininyang'anya. Nakuja baby nakuja, allow me baby nakuja, nakuja baby nakuja, allow me baby nakuja. Oh baby jo closer, oh baby come closer, kwani umeumwa kwa udongo ama umefinyangwa kama dongo, baby kwani umenipiga zongo wala. Nakuja baby nakuja, allow me baby nakuja, nakuja baby nakuja, allow me baby nakuja, nakuja baby nakuja, allow me baby nakuja, nakuja baby nakuja. When I look in your eyes, all I see is paradise. Give me your hands right now, I need the best you can see my eyes. Me wanna look in your eyes and say nakupenda. I wanna hold you tight from the morning till the night. Oh, auntie, when you touch me, all I can see is your love. Put it on me, want your body, oh my baby, you're amazing. Auntie, when you touch me, all I can see is your love. More you not see, so now I see. Neshamu, you go be my babe, be my heart, my babe, be my show, my babe, be my leg, oh my babe, you go be my babe, be my heart, my babe, be my sugar, my babe, keep it natural, my babe. Baby, nyami fengi, okwamuna yogi. All I want you to cause you want it now, okay? It is short, I wanna be the only one that you call it darling, Oh, what that man got to do to call you my lady? Oh, for a million years I go they do when you move, when you move, when you I like it, baby, the way you move, when you move, when you I like it, baby. My babe, be my heart, my babe.
juhudi naziongezea, usichoke nyombea, Mola kubariki zaidi. Mungu kakupa sura, kakupa shepu, nyuma chora, mambo yetu mwana sanura. Mwenzako mimi I love you. Umeniteka medula, nilivyo vyetu, akili haingandana iko petu, umenifurula. Mwenzako mimi I love you. Univumilie, yatapita, yana mwisho, ipo siku tayasahau, watatushimwa kudharau. Kaza moyo, nivumilie, amini tutayasahau, watatushimwa kudharau wote.
Genie
samaki wa tamani, awe unanitosha. Unapanda baby, wanashuka baby. Oh na na na, waniweza baby. Unapanda baby, wanashuka baby. Oh na na na, unaniweza baby. Si unajua kipenzi, yote haya bila wewe siwezi. Sina nyara, kutembea siwezi. Hapo hapo ndo umeniwezea, ndo umenikolea. Ndo maana nataka ujue mi roho yangu wewepo, wa ubavuni wewepo, umeniwezea mimi wewepo, unanijulia wewepo, stangi tangi siendi popote, michambi chambi sina usiondoke, na stambi tambi samaki yake maji siotope, nishaweka kambi kama unakufa tufe wote. Si unajua mapenzi yote haya bila siwezi.
Break time imekwisha. Kama kuna wanafunzi wote ama faculty advisor ama yoyote yuko nje, naomba wote waingie tuweze kuproceed.
Kila muda uwe upendo umezama ndani kwangu, sijelewi upo kila muda we uwe sio yuda we uwe usaliti ni sio vitu vyangu. Oh baby we, ndo maana nataka ujue mi roho yangu wewepo, wa ubavuni.
Everyone is on the seat. Is there anyone outside? Kama kuna mtu yote yupo nje, naomba ingie ndani.
Mr. Vibes.
Okay, we are all okay for final round, and I am now announcing the top 2 teams that has managed to go for the final round, which is team number 4 and team number 5. And we are going to start with team number 4 and team number 5. Please, just stand out over there.
you have 5 minutes for. We don't want a complete presentation like you have done previous. You can just unaweza kufanya sehemu ambayo you think you haven't done before, because this is the final and we are going to tunawapa scores kwa an additional value mtakayofanya kwenye final round. So we want something new, maybe you think you haven't presented yet, and we will allow judges for the question and answer session. Karibuni. What team number?
Team number 4.
Number 4.
Okay, thank you. Based on our previous presentations, we would like to take this opportunity just to add some more issues which were not in that deep disclosed on our previous presentation. Basing on the investment risk facing, or the investment risk whereby CRDB is exposed to, we can take a look on the subsidiaries. We know that every company is exposed to major categories of risk, and the one way in financial, the among of the approach just to mitigate the risk is diversification. So through diversification, a company may just reduce a specific risk whereby we know that we can only control the business risk and not the market risk. Basing on this, looking on the initiative whereby the bank CRDB has taken into, whereby by introducing subsidiaries like insurance, CRDB insurance, and other branches like DLRC, the bank intends mostly to diversify the risk by involving in the business into new areas and new type of business, whereby through insurance we can see that when the banking sector might be performing bad, then the group, CRDB group, may have some coverage on the insurance business, whereby under this it's a good approach whereby you diversify by investing into new business. But also there is a data which we did not disclose, the contribution of loan income to the GDP, whereby it is almost about the loan issued on 2023 by the bank was around 1 trillion, while the value of the GDP of the country, it was about USD billions 79, on which the contribution was by 0.51% during the year. The bank has been performing good, and seems it has investment strategy just to diversify through the investment in other countries, whereby it might get most advantage, whereby there is foreign investors into our country, and our native investors, which they do business internationally, where they might use the CRDB abroad from Tanzania. Let me welcome my colleague just to take through on the other areas.
We were also supposed to provide clarification as to why we use the price to earning model and not multiple, and not the price to book value. And in terms of the price to earnings, we know that the CRDB earnings per share has been growing, and as also the dividend per share. Therefore, this one is giving us a well view of how CRDB is performing in the banking sector. But also, compared to the price to book value, that means the performance in terms of both the current and non-current assets, which does not clearly reflect how CRDB is performing over the coming years. Therefore, the earning to earnings ratio gives us a clear picture on what we expect of a CRDB for the next the focus that we done of the 5 years. I think that one will provide clarifications on that. Welcome for questions, please.
You still have 0.5 minutes. Do you have anything to add?
Okay, on top of that, we can look on the political instability in DRC, whereby some of them you may be asking yourself, why does the bank has decided to invest in such a country with political instability? We do believe that.
Time's up. Judges.
All right, thanks for the further clarity that you have given. So, if I can recall back on your first presentation, may you go to your sensitivity analysis? Yes, you have mentioned that an increase of 1% in dividend payout ratio would add to 88 shillings per share. But we have seen that from 2022 to 2023, dividend grew by almost 11%, not 11%, and the share have gone up to by 46%, almost 210 shillings. How does that deviation? How can that be explained in terms of whatever your analysis is showing and what has actually happened on the stock?
Okay, coming to the sensitivity analysis, that we try to provide a sensitivity analysis table that we considered an increase of 1% from the current cost of equity increase. Percent. Now, on the dividend payout ratio, because this 88 shillings is expected to surge to 2027. This is an approximate of up to 2027. Therefore, we expect this one to add up from the current market, the current price of, in terms as we consider the dividend payout ratio.
Thank you, Team 4. You mentioned the target price of 1,127 as a forecasted price for CRDB. What are the key economic and operational drivers that are actually facilitating this enormous growth?
Okay, I think we have our recommendation was driven by 4 key reasons that are the growth in profitability and performance, which have been displayed by the company's financials and also the key performance indicators over the years, the recent years, but also the forecasts are showing that if the bank will continue to perform like that, it means that we are going to have an even increase of up to 68.3% increase up within the 12-month period. But also customer centricity and solutions. CRDB has continued to offer products and services that are meeting the needs of its customers. We know we have experience such as the Al-Barak banking, providing for the special Islamic group, different products for students and others. Therefore, coming to digital transformation, we know CRDB, I think, for example, SIM banking, it was the first bank to introduce SIM banking, followed with other banks. Therefore, it shows how digital transformation is their key to better performance. Therefore, this one even attracts more, we can say more customers. For example, we students use SIM banking mostly for our transactions. Therefore, it attracts a number of customers through this factor. Also, the focus on sustainability from their 5-year evolved strategy that they have implemented or introduced, it has provided a way through to provide sustainable banking. As we know that CRDB issued the Kijani bond that was oversubscribed by over 400%. That is 178 billions. Therefore, this provides us a strong reasons to provide our strong recommendation of buy. Thank you.
Please highlight the economic drivers for this growth as well.
Okay, on the economic factors, we considered the GDP growth rate that from last 2022, in 2022, the GDP was 4.7, which grew up to 5.3. That means the economy is performing well. And also the inflation rate has been decreasing in the country. Therefore, this shows that the decline of inflation rate shows that the bank will even perform better in the coming days.
On top of that, also the population growth, the growth in population, which would increase the number of customers in the banking sector. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, team 4. My question is on political risk. CRDB is in Tanzania, as well as...
You have 0.5 minutes for last question.
As well as DRC. DRC is facing political tension, and Tanzania is going for the general election this year. So I wanted to know, how is the political risk going to affect your recommendation?
Okay, to be so direct, before our evaluation report, the political instability in DRC was not to this much extent as we are speaking now. But in focusing on that area, we can see that the political instability is based on the border between the Kivu regions and the Rwanda, whereby Kinshasa do contribute much high to the DRC GDP.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You may have a seat. And now I'm welcoming team number 5 for their presentation. Congratulations once again for making to the final round. You have 5 minutes for presentation. If you think you have anything you haven't presented yet, this is time for you to say anything, and if you want to add value on any, because we have already heard about your presentation, we don't want to hear anything from the previous presentation again. And I will allow another 5 minutes from judges for question and answer. Now presenting again, if you have anything to add.
Good afternoon. In accordance to our evaluation, we have estimated the cost to income, cost to equity, that is the discount rate to be used to discount the dividend to be paid for the 4 upcoming years to be 10.95%. And also, based on the historical data and the forecasted data, we anticipate the return on equity to be 26.67 by the year 2024. Now, I would like to talk the differences and what the implication to an investor between the difference between this cost of equity as well as return on equity. The estimated cost of equity is 10.95, and also the return on equity is 26.67. That means the minimum required rate of return by the investor is 10.95, and also the return, the actual return from the equity is 26.67, meaning that the investor will get the excess return comparable to the expected one, that is the minimum required rate of return. In that regard now, gives an evidence to investor to invest to the share of CRDB due to this excess on the return from the expected one, that is the minimum required rate of return. I would like also to welcome my colleague to proceed with the other issues.
The following are the factors to support our buy recommendation at CRDB. The first one is strong financial position. CRDB has a capital base of 1.8 trillion and a balance sheet size of 13.3 trillion, indicating financial stability. The second one is attractive valuation. We valued CRDB at a target price of 876 Tanzanian shillings, indicating an upside of almost 30.7%, and with respect to the market price of 670 Tanzanian shillings. The last one is a well-diversified lending portfolio to both retail and cooperative clients. Thank you.
We also recommended a buy recommendation due to a factor of beta. Why? CRDB has a beta of 0.22, which indicates that CRDB stocks are less volatile, meaning that investors, you are urged to invest in CRDB with expectation that there is a higher return with expectation that there is a higher return to the CRDB stocks.
Also, I would advise any investor to continue investing or a new investor to be attracted to CRDB by considering the ESG initiatives. These initiatives help the CRDB to make a good brand reputation to the society, as well as ensuring collaboration with the society. Hence, we have every reason to invest in CRDB for a better return. Thank you.
Judges.
Sorry, I can't recall your numbers specifically, but in your projections up to 2027, 2028, how much were the total assets or the growth rate? Yeah, the total assets in 2026 or the growth rate in 2027, 2028. Assets keep on going, right? And probably if you can touch base on the current funding mix vis-a-vis the projected ones, will there be changes in terms of how the bank funds its assets now and later, and what will be the drivers, if any? Because you have only spoken about on the equity, but I've not heard you speaking on the other factors that could be funding the balance sheet.
We anticipate the asset base of CRDB Bank Group of Company to increase. And this is also justified by our projections, as we have projected that the asset base or the total asset will increase by 23% by the year 2027. And also, as we all know, that the main source of asset in banking industry is all about the loan as well as the deposit. And we have anticipated that there will be an increase in the loan, the lending, among the customers of CRDB, and also there will be increase in the deposit. As a result, we came up with this trajectory of anticipating the increase of 23% as total asset.
Sorry, just a follow-up. On deposits, if the assets are going by 23%, but from the economic records, our money supply has never gone beyond 15%. what will be the strategy for CRDB to attain over 20% growth in loans from the deposits? Where will those deposits come from?
Thank you. The CRDB can, because it's expanding, and you have seen it's expanding now, it's Congo, and I hope it have the expectation of going to other countries. Through expansion, the customer deposit will increase despite of the political issues like in Congo, but we hope soon things.
Habari. Okay, once again tumeshapata washindi wetu. Kwa hiyo napenda kuchukua nafasi hii kumkaribisha mwakilishi kutoka CRDB kwa ajili ya kutupa neno la kutufungia pamoja na ku-announce the winning team. Hi, good afternoon. Good evening. Good afternoon or good evening. Mbona kama mmechoka? It's been a long day, right? Yeah, it's been a long day, I can imagine. So, my name is Immaculate Maluko. I'm from the Human Resource Department. I'm actually Senior Manager Talent, so I'm actually looking at talent right now. And I'm here to represent the Director of Human Resources. So I believe this has been an incredible journey for you guys, right? How long did you plan for this? How long was it? 6 months? Oh, awesome, awesome. Okay. So for me, it's just to, first of all, thank you so much for doing this and actually taking the challenge to do this. I believe there are so many people at the universities who would have wanted to do this, but you took the challenge. So that's a good one for you. So a big applause for all of you. Just clap for yourself. So I'm here just to give you just a bit overview about CRDB in terms of the youth. And where I sit is where we actually recruit, because I look after the recruitment piece, I looked after talent, and I also look after the performance bit. So mkiingia benki, I am the one who actually receives you and sees where you can actually, be put in. So what I can talk about CRDB, I think MD aliongea asubuhi akasema ya kwamba, it's a youth bank. At the moment, CRDB is 70% meant of the youth. Inamaanisha ya kwamba 40 below ni 70%. So you can imagine CRDB is actually a youth bank, which is contrary to what people think. Tunafikiria kwamba CRDB wamejaa wazee, sio kweli. Hapa ni youth. So having said that, I believe there are big opportunities for the youth in the bank. And what as a bank to create, we have created platforms in terms of ensuring that we give chance to the youth. So at the moment, the biggest thing that we have at the bank is the Graduate Development Program. How many of us have heard of it? The Graduate Development Program at CRDB. Anyone come across it? Or anyone ana ndugu ambaye ameshafanya hiyo program? No? Okay, thanks Lucy. So we actually started the graduate program 3 years ago. And when we started, it was a 3 years program.
But right now it's going to be an 18-month program so that we can actually be having many of that coming along. And it's been a success because we actually started with 30 graduates, which is a good thing. So we took fresh graduates from school, 30 of them, and it was across the subsidiaries too. We had some in Burundi. So when we started that, they came in and then they went through an entire intensive program whereby at the end of the day, sasa hivi, we actually have everyone placed in departments. So that's a great opportunity for you guys. I don't know how many of you are in your last year. Wangapi wako mwaka wa mwisho sasa hivi? Wote? Okay. So MD amesema kuna nafasi ngapi? 5 na tunasemaga kwamba masharti na vigezo zinazingatiwa. So I would like to encourage you to actually apply for this graduate program. We actually take in, when are you graduating? July? Okay. So we actually take in the cohort, the second cohort in April. So I am not sure if you'll be able to qualify for that. However, it'll be good. So what I will do, I'll leave my email with Lucy so that we can actually see who will be graduating. And again, we also have to see how much you've performed. So that is an opportunity for us to see kama kuna watu watakuwa graduate while we're doing, kwa sababu we tunaanza na kufanya recruitment, then we see who will be eligible for that. But maybe probably the graduate program may be something that you might need to wait for the 3rd cohort, but we usually have internship programs which are available for all of you. So I'll give Madam Lucy my email, and you can actually, that will be a very good opportunity for you. You can actually start as an intern. Then, ukishamaliza kuwa intern, you can actually graduate to the graduate development program. But having said that, we are thinking of having a partnership in terms of the mentorship side, whereby we can actually mentor, the 3rd years who are about to complete their studies. In terms of, okay, what are you thinking about? Because ukiwa shuleni, it's very different from when you come to the workplace. In terms of how do you navigate when you come to the workplace. Because when we were doing the graduate development program, we found out that walikuwa ni vitu vidogo sana. Sometimes they're not self-aware. Sometimes they have no idea what they want to do. And at the same time, unakuta this person is very smart, and I've seen your presentation. I came a bit late, but I've seen how you've presented, and I feel that, it's an opportunity for you to actually be mentored and see how you can grow in your career. So that's an opportunity that we can offer for CFA, whereby if you organize yourself better, we can actually do group mentoring, whereby we can take you through a journey of self-discovery, whereby who are you, where do you want to go, and how can you actually transition yourself into the career path. So that's another opportunity that I feel could be important for you. Apart from that, the normal, the field, I believe, I don't know if any one of you have done field at CRDB? Oh, yeah? Okay, I'd like to see the field students. Where did you do it? You did at Credit, and you? Bank operations, and you? Okay, it will be good if I do get your names too. It'd be easy, because kama umefanya kazi hapa, it is easy for us to actually transition you to internship. So it's good to see how you've been performing also. Again, vigezo na masharti zingatiwa. So having said that, within the bank, there's so many other opportunities for the youth. When you join us, again, we do offer the learning and development platform, whereby the youth are given. We actually have a youth initiative right now that is going around within the bank, whereby the youth now are taking up, leadership positions, and they're actually disrupting the bank in terms of how do they bring in, the youthful thinking. You guys in Gen Z, see, right? Gen Z. So Gen Z are disruptors, and that is actually what we're looking at. In terms of doing things like reverse mentoring. Ukiongea kuhusu mentoring, unafikiria kwamba ni lazima mtu, the elder should mentor the young. No, sometimes we usually have a reverse mentoring, whereby you guys are good in tech. Unajua jinsi ya navigate through, systems and all that. You can actually mentor the older employees. And that's something that it's something that we're starting up, whereby how can we disrupt what is going on, and creative thinking, innovation, and all that. So that is what we are looking at. So on behalf of CRDB, I would like to say that the future awaits for you. CRDB awaits for you, and we can't wait to have you as one of our employees. Karibuni sana. So I think we're supposed to announce the winners. So are we ready? Basi, drum rolls, drum rolls, drum rolls. Nilivyokuwa chuo, I was in ISEC. How many of us are in ISEC? Yes, a bit of us. ISEC the way you are, eh? Yeah, so, insaidieni kidogo. So drum rolls. Okay, so in second place, we have from the University of Dodoma. I think all of the finalists were from the University of Dodoma, but in second place is Team B with 76.5%. Let's give them a big... Hongereni sana. And yay! In first place is the University of Dodoma Team A with 83.6%. Can we have you on the podium, please? Karibuni on the stage. Can we have you on the stage, please, with the judges? Tuwapigie makofi until they get here. Tuwapigie makofi mpaka wafike. Tuwapigie makofi mpaka wafike. DJ. Can we have the judges, please? Kevin and the DT. And Caroline, you can come. The winning team are going to get 500 US dollars. Not shillings, US dollars.
an award for the faculty advisor for UDOM Team A. Please come up front for the trophy.
Celebrate.
Also, we have another award for the best industry mentor. We have one who were assisting both the three teams from University of Dodoma, which is Rehema Stamford.
Celebrate. There's a party going on right here, a celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate.
Again, the members of the winning team are getting, everyone is getting one trophy as an award. Also.
Celebrate and have a good time. Celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on! It's a celebration.
And the last one is for the winning university. Please, mwakilishi wa UDOM University, please come up front for the award. Mwalimu. Winning university.
Wake up. When you go, don't walk, you don't try. You're supposed to be tight. You look for me, go the same myself, but you we don't mind. But when I land softly on the sofa,
Okay, I think for the rest of the participants, you'll get your certificates, I think, back in your universities. Yes. So, on behalf of CRDB, I take the honor to thank you, all of you, for participating, and tunawakaribisha tena CRDB, and to the winning team. I believe this is just the beginning of the journey. You have another competition in East Africa, right?
Yes.
In Africa. So I'm wishing you all the best. And should you need any help from CRDB, especially in terms of how do you present yourself, how do you talk, that is something that can actually offer.
Yes, sure.
So what we can do with you guys, when you're doing your final rehearsal before you go to do your presentation, you can talk to us, and then we can actually have a dry run to see how do you present yourself, how do you speak well, how do you ensure that you're articulating the numbers and giving the punchline in a right way. So that's something that we can actually offer for you so that you can represent Tanzania very well. All the best, and may God be with you.
Thank you so much.
So I think to pick a picture, so we can have, maybe I can.
I want to fly
bathroom, pressure. I want to flex my love, I want to impress it. And I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress it. And I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die who, or die who, yeah, or die who. Danny bro, you don't want to find my trouble. Enter bathroom, fresh up. She na me you come through when your heart break. Now me the bite in there when your mind bend. Enter bathroom, fresh up. I want to flex my love, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man. And I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, yeah, or die who. I want to impress you. By the end of the night, enter bathroom, fresh up.
Maskosho ingenkinga Sekubalisela Maskupulimiswa Sukumiswa umzimba Maskosho ingenkinga Sekubalisela Maskupulimiswa Sukumiswa umzimba Koma sava nana Aye sava nana Koma sava Aye
Naomba msiondoke, kila mshiriki anapata vyeti. Sawa? Msiondoke. Team leaders msogee hapa.
Kibaridi cha asubuhi, kijua fani so kikali saa 5. Oh, Nairobi 2015 nikamchagua yeye katikati ya wenzake watano. Nikamuomba kanio namba, moyoni Mungu nikampa moja. She's my number moja. Nikamuomba kaniomba namba, moyoni Mungu nikampa moja. Now she's my number moja. Yani namaanisha kwamba ndo tushawana.
Alinipita kama meli, anayumba yumba akidondosa kishenzi. Oh, Mikocheni, kamfuata utadhani zombie. Habari gani bona ukoloni? Jina ni gani akasema Zari. Nikamwambia aje, kamwambia kwangu ni kwake. Nimshike wapi ndio aje, taka moyo wangu uwe wake. Watangoja sana wakitania tutachana, mina yeye tumeshaifana, na ichapo siku na mchana. Yani namaanisha kwamba ndio tushawana. Sami tunaye tushawana. Sawana na yeye, sami tunaye tushawana. Tushawana.
Usiponona pumzi na banana, eti baby kweli unaumisi utamu banana. Eti baby kweli sakando hivyo kwa nini twagombana? Au ndo kweli tamuna chungu ndo raya kupendana. Hawajui baby haunazonipa, wapi unanishika, na ndo maana mwengine sitaki. Hawajui na navyopenda sifa, basi hapa vitwa, maana najonga nipenda na unani. Nachotaka niwambie unanipenda dali, hautaki kuwa nami mbali, bila mimi hauwezi. Basi niambie niwambie wajue kama unanipenda dali, usiku bila mihaulali, niendo wako mpenzi. Basi niambie niwambie wajue tunapendana, 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 tunapendana. Mimi hapa sokani tena, penzi ni hadithi za siku nunu, iwe kwenye furaha nyakati ngumu. Penzi ni maradhi nishikwe pumu, nimekupenda we ashki majununu.